Imagine for a moment a world poised on the brink of the unexpected. It's December 31st, 2025, a date marked for celebration, ringing in the arrival of a new year. But instead of festivities and hope, every emergency broadcast system on Earth begins transmitting a message that chills the spine. A warning, a revelation, a portent of something far greater than mere human concerns. The object humanity has long dubbed 3IATLAS has just initiated an unprecedented event. It has begun releasing countless smaller bodies, tiny fragments that defy the laws of ballistic motion. They do not simply drift or fall. They maneuver with purpose, with deliberate coordination, spreading through the inner realms of our solar system as if guided by intelligence rather than natural forces. The spectacle is both awe-inspiring and terrifying. Objects that seem to possess intent, a plan etched into their complex motions. Meanwhile, amateur astronomers, those passionate chronicle keepers of the night sky, post videos and images capturing a phenomenon that challenges our understanding. They show the surface of what appears to be a comet peeling away, shedding layers like discarded skin, revealing underneath a crystalline lattice that reflects sunlight in intricate geometrical patterns. Patterns so precise, so unnatural that they seem carved by intelligent design rather than the randomness of nature. What if I told you that, as we debated whether 3I-Atlas is just a remarkably rich chunk of interstellar carbon dioxide ice, it has been covertly performing a systematic survey? It is cataloging every satellite in Earth's orbit, every military installation, every densely populated urban center, collecting detailed intelligence to build a comprehensive tactical blueprint. What if those captivating green emissions in our photographs are not just accidental fluorescence, molecules excited by the sun's rays, but are in fact the exhaust of scanning beams, beams that dissect, analyze, and map our planet layer by layer, revealing its secrets to unseen observers? And what if this isn't a peaceful passage by a benign interstellar traveler? What if we are witnessing the final stages of reconnaissance? Highly sophisticated, patient, perhaps even preparatory. An invasion plan conceived and cultivated over centuries. Could it be that we are members of a universe that is far more complex than we imagine, where intelligence, advanced beyond our comprehension, approaches planetary conquest with subtlety, patience, and a strategic deception that masquerades as routine cosmic phenomena? Tonight we dare to venture into the darkest corners of cosmic possibility, unearthing scenarios that challenge our understanding of the universe and our place within it. We examine how an intelligence millions of years ahead of humanity in technological and cognitive development might approach the delicate act of planetary acquisition. This exploration is designed to lull you into sleep, yet considering the implications, I suspect these revelations might prompt you to gaze more intently through your window than into your dreams. Before we embark on this cosmic investigation, consider this. If you are ready to see our solar system through the eyes of a potential predator, one that might lurk unseen, pause and prepare yourself. Here, the boundaries between myth and reality blur as we probe the possibility that the universe's most silent yet most profound message might come in the form of the ultimate Trojan horse. Part 1. Doomsday in the Silence. Now imagine the reality of a world suddenly caught off guard. The evening news begins flickering, pixelating before being abruptly cut off by the same unsettling message transmitted worldwide. An alert that penetrates every border, every language, every mind. Your phone vibrates, then falls silent. The GPS navigation in your car, a daily compass, a guide to your routine, simply stalls, obscured by a mysterious shadow of deception. And overhead, a spectacle begins to unfold. Above our heads, what astronomers have long regarded as a simple comet starts to transform. It unfurls like a metallic flower, petals spanning thousands of miles, a device designed perhaps not to deceive, but to inform. This celestial marvel is not a natural phenomenon, not yet, but it bears the unmistakable mark of something extraordinary. In the year of our reckoning, 2025, Earth received a visitor from beyond our solar boundaries. Its arrival was subtle, almost whispered, an initial sighting by the ATLAS survey telescope on January 29th. What appeared to be just another piece of interstellar ice and rock, glowing green as it traced a path resembling typical cometary behavior, now raises profound questions. Is it simply a cosmic coincidence, or is this an act of cunning design from a consciousness that spans eons? As we ponder, the universe itself seems to hold its breath, waiting for us to recognize the signs of an intelligence that perhaps has been watching us all along. Nothing appears out of place, seemingly insignificant. Yet what if the assumptions we're making are mistaken? The concept of a Trojan horse is deceptively straightforward. It involves offering a gift that appears benign, even enticing, deliberately crafted to appear non-threatening or beneficial. The recipient, believing it to be harmless, willingly accepts the offering. Meanwhile, hidden within that seemingly innocuous gesture lies the true intent, concealed until the moment of vulnerability. In ancient Troy, this disguise took the form of a massive wooden horse concealing soldiers within its hollowed interior. Today, in the digital realm, malicious code can be masqueraded as an ordinary attachment, a benign file unsuspecting users open with no suspicion. But in the silent, vast expanses of space, that's where the scenario becomes profoundly intriguing and unsettling. Imagine a situation where all of our satellites, the celestial sentinels that guide us daily, simply cease their functions. Not with a catastrophic explosion or a dramatic observable destruction, but with a quiet, almost imperceptible shutdown. The global positioning system, which underpins everything from navigating your daily commute to coordinating emergency responses, would suddenly become unreliable, if not completely useless. Weather forecasting, which depends heavily on satellite data, would regress to mid-19th century methods, guesswork and estimation rather than precise predictions. Financial markets, which rely on millisecond synchronization of clocks and data transmission mediated through the satellite network, would descend into chaos. Internet traffic, which flows through a web of orbital relays as reliably as blood in our veins, would slow dramatically, grinding to a halt in many areas. Modern civilization hinges on delicate threads, technological lifelines that hang mere hundreds of miles above our heads. Threads hardly noticed until they snap. Sever those threads and life doesn't come to an immediate end, but the upheaval would be swift and profound. The system that maintains our daily existence is more fragile than most realize, held together by unseen forces that, if disrupted, could unravel our way of life. Now consider the green glow that the object known as 3IATLAS exhibited as it journeyed through our solar system. It could be interpreted in countless ways, its significance entirely dependent on context. Comets often display a verdant hue when solar radiation excites diatomic carbon molecules within their coma, the gaseous envelope that envelopes their solid nuclei. That's basic chemistry, and it's as predictable as the sunrise. But what if that luminous green wasn't simply a natural phenomenon or an atmospheric tell? What if it served an entirely different purpose? What if it was a deliberate signal? Picture terrestrial doorbell cameras capturing the same mysterious emerald light in suburban skies. Backyard astronomers record viral videos of something that defies natural explanation, posting their findings across social media platforms. Theories proliferate, some plausible, others totally fantastical. Someone posts, "This green glow appeared just before our internet went offline. suggesting a causal link despite the well-known truth that correlation does not equal causation. But in this scientific thought experiment, let's entertain the possibility that it does. Perhaps that luminous green was an awakening call, an activation signal for dormant devices hidden within Earth's vicinity. These devices could be so small, so cleverly disguised, that they blend seamlessly into natural debris or space junk. They could be the ultimate Trojan horse, not in a military sense, but in a broader cosmic context, where patience is the most powerful tool. The original Trojan horse didn't attack immediately. It waited, allowing the Trojans to marvel at their supposed victory, to bring the gift within their defenses, to let their guard down. Only when the city was sleeping, vulnerable, did the hidden soldiers emerge. In our speculative scenario, 3IATLAS isn't necessarily the weapon of invasion, but the key to an unseen, unfolding scheme. As we trace this visitor's quiet passage through our solar system, we are compelled to confront a stark, humbling reality. Our position in the universe is one of profound isolation, and our defenses are remarkably fragile. The nearest star lies over 4 light-years away, an almost unimaginably distant neighbor in cosmic terms. The implications of this distance are enormous. It means that any civilization capable of interstellar travel would wield technology so advanced that our defenses and understanding would be insignificant by comparison. Like children armed with water guns in the face of a cosmic predator equipped with invisibility cloaks and superweapons, we are vulnerable on an incomprehensibly vast scale. The idea that humanity is entirely alone in this cosmic neighborhood is, in light of these considerations, both comforting and deeply unsettling. It underscores the fragile and solitary nature of our architectural bastion of civilization, perched on a tiny blue planet, surrounded by a universe that might be observing us with patience, curiosity, or perhaps something darker. The picture this paints is sobering. In the grand, cold expanse of space, we remain remarkably exposed, whispering echoes of other civilizations, subtle signals, or silent watchers, just waiting to be discovered or perhaps to discover us. Any civilization capable of undertaking interstellar voyages would wield technology so far beyond our own that our entire military arsenal would appear as harmless as a child's water pistol in comparison. This vast disparity in power breeds a strange and unsettling reality. If such an alien intelligence wished to observe, influence, or even eradicate us, they would have no need for grand displays or massive warships to make their presence known. Instead, they could rely on patience, subtlety, and ingenuity, being virtually unseen and undetectable until they choose to reveal themselves. The object known as 3IATLAS embodies this perfect profile. It enters our solar system at an angle meticulously chosen to extend its passive surveillance, maximizing the time it spends within our reach. Its composition aligns seamlessly with what we expect from a typical comet, completely natural in appearance, making it an ideal camouflage. Its movements and behaviors are governed by the predictable laws of physics, never crossing into the realm of the obviously artificial, never giving away any hint of technological sophistication beyond natural celestial mechanics. If the goal was to craft the ultimate reconnaissance instrument, one that could gather intelligence undetected, it would arguably resemble 3IATLAS precisely. Its seeming innocuity is its greatest deception, cloaking potentially profound purposes beneath a shell of normalcy. Of course, right now, there's absolutely no concrete evidence supporting this scenario. No radio signals have been intercepted, no gravitational anomalies have been measured that defy known physics, and no debris has been found in space that can't be explained by natural processes. The global scientific community maintains its position, firmly convinced that 3IATLAS is simply a piece of ancient ice and rock, a fragment from another star system. behaving exactly as any other chaotic celestial body would, abiding by the same physical laws that govern everything in the cosmos. Yet isn't that precisely the cleverest trick? That a Trojan horse appears so utterly innocuous, so convincingly natural. After all, the essence of a good disguise is to look harmless and familiar, fostering no suspicion. As 3IATLAS continues its silent journey past Jupiter, toward the distant reaches of the solar system carrying whatever enigma or secret it might conceal, one question remains both exhilarating and terrifying. In a universe teeming with more ancient and technologically advanced civilizations than our own, how could we ever know if we are truly being watched? This leads us to a fascinating chapter. Part 2. The notion of the third visitor. We are no longer alone in the cosmic arena of unknown guests. 3IATLAS is merely the third confirmed interstellar object to have traversed our solar system in recorded history. A rarity that makes each encounter precious, akin to discovering a message cast in a bottle washed ashore on an endless cosmic beach. The word interstellar carries significant weight when we stop to consider it carefully. Unlike asteroids or comets that arise from within our solar system, these objects originate from distant star systems, somely orbiting alien suns, carrying with them unique chemical signatures and complex physical properties that reflect their mysterious origins. They are, in essence, fragments of distant worlds that have journeyed across the vast void between stars to arrive, visitors from realms beyond our comprehension. When 3IATLAS was first detected by the Atlas survey on the 29th of January 2025, it immediately gained entry into this exclusive club. Its presence prompted immediate curiosity as it became clear that it was part of a very small, highly significant sample. The first such visitor, Oumuamua, caused a sensation in 2017 with its unusual elongated shape and an unexplained acceleration that defied our current understanding of natural physics. The second, Borisov, behaved more like a familiar comet, exhibiting a tail of gas and dust, governed by typical volatile sublimation. Now our third interstellar visitor prompts us to observe emerging patterns, clues that hint at a story far more complex than mere chance encounters. What renders these celestial visitors so invaluable for science is their origin. Our solar system's comets and asteroids formed roughly 4.5 billion years ago from the same primordial disk that crafted the planets. A shared ancestral heritage, in a sense. In contrast, these interstellar objects are outsiders with alien pedigrees, carrying molecular and isotopic signatures from distant star-forming regions, bearing the chemical fingerprints of star systems we can barely imagine. Their journeys across interstellar space are staggering. They likely drifted for millions of years, experiencing temperatures only slightly above absolute zero, before finally passing through our neighborhood. Their voyage would have begun long before humans stood upright on Earth, before complex life evolved, or even before the planet itself fully formed. The recent detection of such objects is a testament to our technological advancement. Only in recent years have we developed sky scanning surveys capable of spotting these fleeting visitors. Employing multiple observatories, networks of telescopes that scan the entire visible sky every few days, we are able to uncover objects moving against the star field with remarkable precision, even when they're still millions of miles away. Within the vast tapestry of cosmic history, many interstellar objects carry with them remnants from their natal stars, these stellar nurseries etched into their very chemical makeup. So in a way, they share a genetic connection to their origins. Yet, unlike biological kin, these celestial travelers are strangers, bearing foreign passports forged from distant stellar systems, marked by unique chemical fingerprints that reveal tales of ancient star formation regions light years away. Among these cosmic nomads, the object called 3IATLAS likely spent millions of years drifting silently through the cold, dark void separating stars, a true wanderer of the universe. Its voyage through the interstellar medium was conducted at temperatures barely above absolute zero, a universe's deep freeze. An odyssey that predates humanity's emergence and possibly even the earliest complex life on Earth. To comprehend the patience needed for such a journey is to grasp something almost beyond human understanding. Our brief biological lifespans, mere mayfly moments, render such perseverance incomprehensible. Only recently have we developed the technological prowess to detect these elusive visitors, thanks to sophisticated sky surveys operating like vigilant security cameras watching over the night sky. These programs automatically scan the heavens every few days, adept at detecting any object that moves against the backdrop of countless fixed stars, thus flagging potential interstellar intruders. One such system, known as the ATLAS survey, comprises 4 wide-field telescopes that sweep the entire visible sky bi-daily, tirelessly searching for objects that could pose a threat to Earth. Asteroids, comets, or perhaps something stranger. It is a testament to human ingenuity that we can discover a dark, relatively diminutive object, one that by its size and darkness might be nearly invisible, moving across the star field from millions of miles away, giving us precious moments to study it before it slips past. Yet while our ability to detect such a visitor demonstrates impressive technological progress, it also exposes our limitations. For every interstellar object we identify, many more pass through our solar neighborhood undetected, too small, too distant, or too faint for our current instruments to notice. This realization is unsettling. It means our grasp on our cosmic vicinity is fragmentary, and most of what transits our neighborhood remains invisible. This brings to light a sobering truth. We are largely blind to the vast majority of events unfolding in our own cosmic backyard. We're an advanced civilization to wish to send probes or craft craftily concealed objects into our system for observation, reconnaissance, or even subtle influence. Countless opportunities would be available to do so quietly, invisibly, without our awareness. The question then shifts from, is it possible, to, could it already be happening? The disturbing possibility that these visits are ongoing unnoticed remains. Moving closer to the nature of the visitor itself, observe how 3IATLAS behaves as it nears the Sun. Its activity aligns strikingly with what astronomers classify as typical comet behavior. The Sun's heat causes materials beneath the surface, icy volatiles, to sublimate directly from solid to gas, forming a fuzzy glowing cloud around its core, commonly called the coma. This outgassing creates a gentle but steady thrust, acting like a tiny rocket engine that nudges the object slightly off its gravitational path, an effect predictable enough to be accounted for in orbital calculations. But herein lies the core of the speculation. A sufficiently advanced probe could mimic such natural processes with ease. Controlled gas emissions, artificial outgassing, could serve dual purposes: concealment and propulsion. By adjusting how much gas it releases and in what direction, an artificial object could fine-tune its course, making its path appear natural while subtly guiding its trajectory, all while maintaining the illusion of being a regular comet. The technology necessary for such a feat falls well within the capabilities of a civilization that has mastered interstellar travel. This leads us to the intriguing question about the green hue often observed glowing from 3IATLAS. The common scientific explanation attributes this to excited diatomic carbon molecules in the coma, an entirely natural phenomenon observed in many comets. These molecules, energized by solar radiation, emit characteristic wavelengths that produce a distinctive green glow. However, in our speculative terrain, this particular shade and intensity of green could carry coded information, perhaps as a subtle signal. A pulse pattern too complex to be the product of mere natural processes but faint enough to escape immediate suspicion. Imagine if that green luminescence was not just a chemical artifact but a deliberate beacon, pulsing in subtle, carefully modulated patterns. Such a signal might be hiding a message, cryptic patterns intended for a recipient more sophisticated than our current instruments can decode. What would this kind of emission contain? Could it be an intentional communication aimed at an advanced observer? Or perhaps an encrypted greeting from a civilization whose technological prowess far exceeds our own? The possibilities evoke a sense of awe and suspense. What secrets might be encoded in that simple yet enigmatic green display, waiting to be unmasked by future generations equipped with the right tools? Perhaps it is more than mere coincidence or chance. It might be a signal deliberately crafted to be detected by a civilization equipped with technology surpassing our current capabilities. It could serve as a beacon, a deliberate message broadcast across the cosmos, designed to catch the eye of entities that might one day develop the means to interpret it. Alternatively, it might be a countdown, a mysterious timer counting down to some preordained event or awakening. An astronomical clock set by beings so far ahead that their understanding of time transcends our own. Or perhaps at its most fundamental level it's simply a greeting, a cosmic hello, a silent invitational wave from intelligence so far beyond us that its message remains incomprehensible, cloaked in meanings we are not yet equipped to decipher. The timing of the arrival of 3IATLAS further complicates our curiosity, adding a poignant twist to our ongoing speculations. It appeared at a moment when humanity stands on the brink of significant strides in exploring space, developing permanent stations beyond Earth, and contemplating interstellar voyages of our own. We are laying the groundwork for a new chapter of cosmic travel, building technology that might one day reach distant worlds. If a more advanced civilization was monitoring our progress, this would be the perfect juncture, a crucial window, when they could silently observe, collect data, and perhaps even influence from afar. Imagine being tasked with observing a developing civilization just as it begins to initiate its reach into the stars. At this stage, our technological prowess makes us interesting enough, a species that has warm bodies of water, atmospheres, and a burgeoning space infrastructure. Yet we are still under the threshold of danger. We have not yet become a threat ourselves, giving hypothetical observers the opportunity to study us without provoking defensive action. In the broader context of recent global developments, this timing gains even more significance. Over the past few years, official agencies and governments, particularly in the United States, have begun to openly acknowledge the existence of unexplained aerial phenomena, UAPs, that continue to defy conventional explanations. Furthermore, scientists have detected signals, potentially artificial, emanating from space, hinting that there might be more happening beyond our comprehension. Our scientific endeavors to find extraterrestrial intelligence have become more sophisticated, more widespread, and more coordinated. The universe seems to be increasingly knocking on our door, sending signs, signals, and objects that demand our attention. This convergence, the appearance of 3IATLAS amid these escalating mysteries, places it squarely within a timeline marked by growing strangeness and curiosity. Its arrival at such a pivotal moment is what makes it so compelling. It's a moment where the collective human focus is heightened, amplified by a sense that the universe might be reaching out or watching closely. It is natural to want to avoid spreading panic or fear. After all, the implications of such an encounter are profound and unsettling. Yet its very appearance is intriguing enough to command our attention. It arrives at precisely the time when we are most likely to detect, examine, and study it, when our technological capabilities align with the necessity of careful observation. If one were to orchestrate a reconnaissance mission today, the timing would be impeccable, almost too perfect without even needing to consider the possibility of artificial origin. But as with all things in the vast, ancient universe, timing alone is not proof. It is merely a piece of the puzzle. The universe is a tapestry woven from coincidences, patterns that seem meaningful only when viewed in hindsight. It is replete with phenomena that appear significant but are born from the randomness of cosmic processes. For every pattern that our minds interpret as meaningful, there exist countless others too subtle, too complex, or too faint to notice, which fade into the background of the cosmos. Human cognition is remarkably adept at connecting dots, even where none exist, an evolutionary trait designed to find order amid chaos. But this very tendency can lead us into false assumptions or overinterpretations. Nevertheless, what remains undeniable is that 3IATLAS is only our third confirmed interstellar visitor. Its occurrence is statistically anomalous, a rare event that warrants our close, meticulous observation. Each measurement taken as it traverses our solar system adds a new layer to our understanding of what might lie beyond our cosmic horizon. What secrets does it carry from its distant origin? What stories does it whisper about the interstellar spaces it has traveled through? Most importantly, what message, if any, has it been sent to us, and what can we learn about the entities that dispatched it? Moving deeper into the realm of the speculative, one must consider what kind of message such an object might bear. Could it be a signal? A coded communication deliberately embedded within its physical characteristics? If so, perhaps it's intended for a civilization more advanced than ours, one capable of decoding the intricate patterns woven into its emissions or trajectory. Maybe it's a countdown, an ominous timer marking the approach of a momentous event or a transient gateway connecting distant realms. Or perhaps it's merely a greeting, a cosmic hello meant for beings who, like us, the chemistry observed hints at processes that don't quite align with what we'd expect from a purely natural phenomenon. Energy being discharged in ways that urge us to look twice. The specific shade of green that 3IATLAS displayed during its approach toward the sun falls within a very narrow, precise spectroscopic range. When astronomers analyze this light through the lens of powerful telescopes, it exposes its chemical signature with clarity as sharp as a fingerprint. Carbon atoms energized by intense solar radiation emit photons at distinct wavelengths. This well-understood process allows scientists to determine the composition of objects millions of miles away, using spectral analysis as their guide. But within our speculative framework, what if that vibrant green glow isn't just a byproduct of natural solar heating? What if it carries a dual purpose, serving as a cloak for something far more deliberate? Imagine microscopic devices embedded within the comet, harnessing its own outgassing streams as dissemination channels, riding these gusts of gas and dust much like seeds carried on the wind. When the comet reaches its closest proximity to the sun, the timing of its brightest green phase aligns perfectly with the peak of natural outgassing, which we would expect based on standard physics. Yet this exact moment could also be when any concealed advanced technology would have the greatest access to the star's energy, leveraging that maximum intake for purposes beyond mere observation. Our own civilization relies heavily on space-based solar panels, those vast arrays of technology that convert stellar energy into usable power. An advanced civilization, having perfected such techniques eons ago, could deploy similar or even more sophisticated methods. Amateur astronomers scattered across the globe have captured extraordinary images of 3IATLAS during its most luminous green phase. Their backyard telescopes, equipped with digital cameras and computer-controlled mounts, have unveiled intricate details that would have been impossible just a few decades ago. These citizen scientists, by collectively observing and sharing their findings, have inadvertently become an informal early warning system, an uncoordinated but highly effective surveillance network that no single government or official body could replicate. Now, in our thought experiment, imagine some of these passionate observers begin to notice subtle anomalies, small irregularities that go beyond what the natural physics of a comet would produce. Perhaps a brief flash of light that persists just a few seconds longer than the thermal models predict, or a slight wobble in the rotation that defies the gravitational influences acting upon it. Individually, these discrepancies could be dismissed as minor measurement errors or surface irregularities. But when viewed collectively as part of a broader pattern of small anomalies, they take on a stark significance, hinting that something more might be at play. The inherent variability of comets makes them perfect camouflage. These icy travelers are temperamental and unpredictable, brighter at times, dimmer at others. Their activity fluctuates wildly as different patches of surface ice are exposed to sunlight. Their rotation isn't smooth or steady. Asymmetric outgassing creates uneven thrust, causing irregular tumbling and shifting spectral signatures as the object spins through space. Their chemical makeup can vary from one region to another, lending a patchwork quality to their spectral profiles. This inherent chaos provides an ideal cover. Any unusual activity or signals from the comet could be attributed to natural variability. When anomalies occur, they could easily be dismissed as errant comet weirdness rather than signs of artificial activity or covert technology. Any unexpected signal, be it a brief flash, an unanticipated spectral shift, or a subtle wobble, can be rationalized as instrumental error or misinterpretation within the natural chaos. This natural variability becomes a masterful disguise for hidden activity, enabling deliberate signals or technological signatures to blend seamlessly into the background noise. As a result, artificial activity might remain undetected, masked by the unpredictable and ever-changing behavior inherent in genuine comets. The faint whispers of natural cosmic variation often drown out the subtle hints of potential intelligence lurking within the vast noise of the universe. Yet signals, no matter how faint, have an uncanny way of gradually gathering strength over time. In this speculative scenario, suddenly radio telescopes scattered across the globe begin picking up faint sporadic transmissions emanating from the vicinity of what we've come to call 3IATLAS. These signals, initially weak and intermittent, are easily dismissed as mere interference from terrestrial sources, human-made noise that floods the skies. Individually, each tiny blip appears insignificant, a brief flash of random data, a fleeting distortion in the cosmic static. But when these signals are plotted against time, when their patterns are examined over days, weeks, or months, a compelling, almost haunting pattern begins to emerge, one that's difficult to ignore no matter how much we might wish to dismiss it as noise. In our fictional narrative, the green glow cast by 3IATLAS takes on an entirely different significance. Visible to the naked eye under inky, unpolluted night skies, this emerald light transforms the anomaly into something remarkably accessible, an interstellar visitor that amateur astronomers can glimpse without the need for complex telescopic setups. This open accessibility democratizes the discovery process in unprecedented ways, turning millions of curious skywatchers into accidental witnesses, and perhaps even inadvertent auxiliaries, caught up in a cosmic event far beyond their understanding. Social media platforms buzz with images and videos of this luminous visitor, capturing the public's imagination and fueling waves of speculation. Most of these posts treat the green spectacle as a mere curiosity, a fascinating cosmic wonder to be admired and shared among friends. Yet amid this flood of casual observations lie tiny but critical data points. Sharp timing of brightness fluctuations, minute shifts in hue, subtle changes in the object's visible behavior that professional astronomers might easily overlook unless they analyze the data with meticulous care. The psychological imprint of that eerie green luminescence cannot be overstated. Throughout human history, unusual lights in the sky have consistently served as profound omens, portents foretelling divine intervention or demonic forces. Aurora displays have sparked both worship and dread, inspiring rituals and superstitions across cultures. Comets, with their brilliant tails and unpredictable appearances, have often been seen as harbingers of turmoil, signals foretelling war, outbreaks of disease, or the downfall of mighty empires. 3IATLAS, with its extraterrestrial origin and ghostly green radiance, plunges us back into those primal fears and fascinations. In our imagined scenario soon after its appearance, conspiracy theories burst into life, spiraling into increasingly elaborate explanations for the mysterious object's behavior. Online forums fill with ideas ranging from the plausible to the absurd. Some suggest it's a sophisticated scanning device, probing Earth's electromagnetic and atmospheric environment. Others claim it's a cosmic beacon, calling to other interstellar civilizations. A few even insist it's a weapon system powering up for some cataclysmic assault. The truth, as always, likely resides somewhere in the murky middle ground, neither wholly natural nor unquestionably artificial. 3IATLAS almost certainly obeys the laws of physics, behaving as a natural celestial object with composition and motion consistent with known phenomena. Yet within the vast cosmos, an universe where our understanding is still limited, there remains ample room for doubt. And doubt, as any storyteller or scientist knows, is fertile ground for imagination. It is precisely in these gray zones that the most compelling, the most tantalizing of possibilities dwell. As the mesmerizing green fire in the sky diminishes and 3IATLAS resumes its silent journey towards the outermost regions of our solar system, it leaves behind a trail of questions, more questions than answers. Was that emerald glow merely the dying phosphorescent farewell of ancient ice finally meeting the intense heat and light of the sun? Or was it something far more profound, a deliberate transmission, a message woven across impossible distances, somehow reaching its intended recipient and hinting at a sentient awareness lurking in the cosmic shadows? And so, as we step into the realm of the unknown, we must confront these first and most vital questions. When faced with phenomena that defy immediate explanation, the initial inquisitive impulse isn't to define what something is, but to clarify what it is not. Sometimes the most important revelations come not from identifying the object itself, but from understanding what it isn't, what it rules out, what it defies according to current knowledge. In that delicate space between certainty and ignorance, the universe whispers the most compelling stories. Stories that challenge our assumptions, ignite our curiosity, and remind us that the true frontier of discovery begins precisely at the boundary of the known. The challenge of identifying whether 3IATLAS is a natural phenomenon or an artificial construct exemplifies one of the most fundamental puzzles in interstellar exploration. This distinction carries profound significance because it shapes every aspect of our response, whether we approach it with scientific curiosity or guarded suspicion. Natural celestial objects behave in predictable ways, adhering strictly to the immutable laws of physics that govern the universe. When a fragment of ice and rock from another star system crosses into our familiar cosmic neighborhood, its trajectory, brightness, and outgassing follow well-understood patterns. Gravity influences its path, solar radiation heats its surface, and sublimation of its icy core produces jets of gas that gently nudge it off course. These processes, documented through countless observations, have been unfolding in the cosmos for billions of years, forming the baseline for understanding natural interstellar travelers. But what if 3IATLAS isn't merely a natural object at all? What if it's employing a sophisticated form of cosmic camouflage, a guise that masks an artificial origin? For any civilization capable of interstellar voyage, the art of cosmic deception might be surprisingly straightforward. They might begin with a genuine comet nucleus, something with the right chemical composition and structural resilience to endure the brutal journey through interstellar space. To this natural foundation, they seamlessly integrate advanced technologies so expertly that the resulting object becomes indistinguishable from a purely natural celestial body. Imagine microscopic sensors embedded within the ice matrix, powered by subtle thermal differences designed to activate only when exposed to specific radiation signatures associated with a main sequence star like our Sun. Visualize communication devices ingeniously crafted to use the comet's own outgassing as a transmission medium, encoding information in minute variations of gas density and composition that would be imperceptible to casual observation. Envision propulsion systems that operate by selectively heating different regions of the comet's surface, creating precisely controlled jets that mimic natural outgassing patterns, ensuring the object moves through space with the expected gravitational and thermal behavior. The engineering demands of such technology would be colossal, but not beyond the reach of a civilization with mastery over interstellar technology. These devices would have to survive potentially millions of years drifting through the cold depths of interstellar space, enduring extreme temperature fluctuations that would obliterate most known materials. They would need to operate with flawless reliability right from activation, without the possibility of maintenance or repair, an elegant testament to technological sophistication. The potential payoff for deploying such an undetectable reconnaissance system would be extraordinary. From within the depths of our solar system, this artificial object could quietly study Earth and its surroundings, collecting detailed data on atmospheric composition, mapping radio and communication networks, analyzing environmental changes, and even assessing the sophistication of our technological infrastructure. It could observe our satellites, evaluate our defenses, and identify other artificial objects within our planetary neighborhood. Moreover, it might be monitoring our planet for signs of technological activity indicating industrial output or environmental stress, providing a complete covert profile of humanity's development. Most intriguing of all, such a device could be searching for other artificial constructions, whether alien probes, spacecraft, or remnants of extraterrestrial civilizations, embedded within our solar system. Since the capacity for covert space exploration presumably exists on an interstellar scale, it's reasonable to consider that multiple civilizations might be deploying their own silent sentinels. These hidden agents could be working in concert or independently, cataloging, observing, and perhaps even preparing to act should circumstances warrant. The notion that an object like 3IATLAS could be a vessel of such cunning challenges us to expand our understanding of what is possible beyond natural explanations, encouraging a cautious yet open-minded approach in deciphering the universe's silent secret signals. 3. IATLAS may indeed be conducting a vast silent census, meticulously assessing who else might be observing Earth and gauging their intentions. The timing of this arrival in the year 2025 lends itself to this thought-provoking speculation. At this pivotal juncture in human development, we find ourselves equipped with permanent space stations, reusable rockets, and bold plans to establish colonies on the Moon and Mars. Simultaneously, we are refining increasingly sophisticated techniques to detect potentially hazardous asteroids and comets. methods that serve both our safety and our scientific curiosity. To an advanced alien civilization, monitoring Earth now would make perfect strategic sense. It's the moment before humanity's technological ascent reaches a threshold where we might become too formidable or unpredictable to track with ease. However, despite the intriguing possibilities, natural explanations remain far more probable than the notion of artificial origin. Interstellar space, vast and mostly empty, isn't entirely free of cosmic visitors. Objects are occasionally expelled from their home star systems by gravitational pushes from orbiting planets or passing stars. These stray cosmic travelers ejected into the galaxy drift for eons, wandering through the dark interstellar void, until some chance encounter brings them into the gravitational influence of another star system. The entire process, while seemingly random, is driven by universal physical laws that have shaped everything from galaxy formation to planetary dynamics. In light of this, all the observable characteristics of 3IATLAS align remarkably well with what we'd expect from such a natural interstellar visitor. Its chemical makeup matches that of comets originating from our own outer solar system, composed of volatiles and ice that have persisted in the cold edges of space. Its trajectory, a hyperbolic path, unequivocally indicates that it did not originate within our solar system but came from beyond, traveling at a velocity that confirms its interstellar provenance. Moreover, its behavior as observed through telescopes mirrors precise predictions from thermal models. As it approached the Sun, its activity and outgassing patterns correspond with how comets naturally respond to solar heat. Every measurement we've gathered so far reinforces this natural interpretation. It appears to be exactly what it seems, a fragile remnant of interstellar dust and ice, following the physical laws that govern all celestial bodies. Yet it's essential to remember that appearance can be deceiving, particularly when contemplating ancient intelligences that have evolved millions or billions of years ahead of us. Their technological capabilities might be so advanced that their artifacts, if indeed they are artifacts, could resemble magic to our limited understanding. As Arthur C. Clarke famously noted, any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. This truth applies profoundly to the question of alien visitation, what we see versus what might truly be. Reflecting on our own rapid progress over just the past few thousand years, imagine what a civilization with a head start of perhaps millions of years could accomplish. We are already delving into nanotechnology, artificial intelligence, and genetic engineering, manipulating matter at the molecular level and creating self-replicating systems. Given enough evolutionary and technological time, such an advanced civilization could develop probes that are virtually indistinguishable from natural cosmic objects. These probes could camouflage their artificial components seamlessly within the natural environment, employing sophisticated techniques that leave no obvious traces. In fact, their existence might be hidden in plain sight, embedded within the very fabric of space objects we consider ordinary. If we think about these possibilities, a question naturally arises. What has such a civilization achieved after millions of years of technological maturation? Their technology might be so intricately woven into the natural processes of the universe that the boundary between what is artificial and what is natural becomes irrelevant or impossible to discern. They might operate through mechanisms far beyond our current comprehension, making their artifacts appear as perfectly ordinary celestial bodies, yet cloaked in purposes and capabilities that could baffle even our most advanced instruments. As of now, our search for signs of artificial origin in 3IATLAS has yielded no definitive evidence of deception. Radio telescopes have found no electromagnetic signals that hint at deliberate communication. Infrared observations reveal no unusual heat signatures indicative of internal engines or technology. Spectroscopic analysis shows no anomalous materials or substances that couldn't be of natural origin. Every criterion we apply, based on our current understanding, suggests that it conforms perfectly to the expectations for a natural celestial object obeying the known laws of physics and chemistry. In sum, all available data strongly support the conclusion that 3IATLAS is a natural wanderer, a classic case of a cosmic visitor following the predictable and well-understood rules of celestial mechanics and chemical composition. Nonetheless, given the profound disparity between our technological level and that of any truly advanced civilization, we must remain open to the possibility that our methods are simply not yet capable of detecting the subtle signatures of artificiality, if those signatures are even present at all. The universe, after all, often surprises us with its complexity, and phenomena that seem natural might in reality be the handiwork of ages-long civilizations operating beyond our senses. However, the absence of clear evidence should never be mistaken for definitive proof that something doesn't exist, especially when confronting technological phenomena far beyond our current understanding. An extraordinarily advanced probe, for instance, could utilize communication methods that remain undiscovered by us or function based on principles that lie outside the realm of our present scientific imagination. Such an entity might be cloaked so flawlessly that our instruments could be incapable of distinguishing it from a natural celestial body it seeks to imitate. As we watch the journey of 3IATLAS extend beyond Jupiter and edge toward the distant outer regions of our solar system, we are compelled to confront a fundamental question that shapes our entire relationship with the universe itself. Are we truly alone? This isn't simply a matter of what we might find or fail to find in the physical realm. It is equally about how we interpret, analyze, and understand the evidence before us. The conclusions we draw, whether we see this object as a natural phenomenon or something more, depend heavily on the lens through which we examine it. In the quiet moments of curiosity and uncertainty, we remain observers, waiting, pondering, and speculating. Because in a universe brimming with countless possibilities, the most perilous assumption we could make is believing we fully comprehend what is considered normal. This complacency could blind us to the subtle signs of deception or intelligence behind the cosmic veil. This leads us into the realm of ancient legend, where deception's ultimate template is vividly illustrated in the story of the Trojan horse. The tale begins during a protracted and seemingly endless war. For 10 years, the city of Troy stood impregnable behind its formidable walls, while Greek ships lined the beaches below, their presence a constant reminder of a conflict with no resolution in sight. Heroes fell in battle. Divine beings intervened at crucial moments, yet neither side gained the upper hand, and the stalemate persisted endlessly. Then came Odysseus, cunning master of strategy and deceit, whose brilliant mind devised a plan destined to become legendary. He proposed a gift, an offering to the gods, that was secretly a trap. The Greeks constructed a colossal wooden horse, masterfully crafted and deceptively impressive. Its size was sufficient to conceal dozens of soldiers within its hollow core, and its exterior was so regal and ornate that it appeared to be a noble tribute, a testament to Greek piety and heroism. It skillfully exploited a fundamental human weakness, the desire to see what one wishes to believe. The Trojans, for their part, desperately wanted to believe they had already won. They wished to think that the Greeks had finally given up and that their victory was assured. Most of all, they longed to believe that the enormous wooden horse was simply a gift, a sacred token of peace or a sign of divine favor. They convinced themselves that it was harmless, a symbol of their assured dominance and divine approval. We know the story's tragic conclusion. The gates of Troy were opened, soldiers emerged from the interior of the horse at night, and within hours a great civilization fell, its walls breached and its people overrun. This narrative, over 28 centuries old, endures because it encapsulates a deeper truth about deception. Appearances can be deceiving, and what seems like a gift might conceal a far darker intent. The legacy of this tale has evolved into a universal blueprint for recognizing when seemingly benign offerings or signals could harbor malicious or concealed agendas. It functions as a mental map for discerning beneath the surface, whether in military strategy, diplomatic relations, or technological encounters. In our modern digital landscape, we have preserved the core lesson, translating it into the language of electrons and algorithms. Today, an innocuous-looking email attachment, a cute cat video, a funny meme, or an apparently vital document might be a vessel for malicious software designed to infiltrate and compromise our systems, steal sensitive data, or turn our devices into tools for cybercrime. While the delivery method has shifted from wooden craft to digital codes and data packets, the psychology remains consistent. The human tendency to trust, to accept what appears harmless, and to overlook the risk embedded within the familiar or the enticing. The concept of space-based Trojan horses, cosmic entities that masquerade as benign celestial objects, would operate on an even more sophisticated scale. Instead of seeking to conquer cities or corrupt individual computers, their target would be entire worlds. Their camouflage would need to be impeccable, their payload meticulously calibrated, and their timing executed with precision. Most critically, they would rely on the target species, humans or other civilizations, to invite the threat within their defenses voluntarily, perhaps by mistaking the invading probe for a natural body or routine scientific object. This strategy underscores a vital principle. True deception in the cosmos would hinge on an impeccable facade, a perfect mimicry of natural phenomena, and a well-timed, subtle influence on the target's perceptions. It would be a grand-scale, patient game, one that exploits the innate human desire to see what we want to believe, and to interpret the universe in ways that confirm our 3IATLAS aligns with this profile with disturbing accuracy. It makes its approach from interstellar space immediately commanding our attention and sparking the full interest of the scientific community. Its behavior appears entirely natural, eliciting no defensive reactions or alarms. We observe it intently through our most advanced telescopes, inadvertently providing it with an exhaustive resource. Detailed reconnaissance data about our observational techniques, our detection capabilities, and the limits of our technological vigilance. If this object were an artificial entity, it would find itself at a severe disadvantage, unable to receive a more welcoming reception without revealing its true nature. This scenario echoes the clever strategy of the original Trojan horse, which relied on exploiting deeply ingrained cultural expectations. The Greeks understood that in ancient warfare, offerings to the gods, beautiful crafted objects, held profound symbolic significance, especially in Troy's culture. To succeed, a space-based Trojan would similarly require cultural intelligence, understanding how our species perceives visitors from the stars, what excites us, what triggers our fears, and how we interpret the unfamiliar through the lens of our collective psyche. Humans have a very complicated relationship with the unknown. On the one hand, we are irresistibly drawn to mystery. Our curiosity compels us to search for or contact extraterrestrial life. On the other hand, we harbor an underlying fear of that very discovery, fear of losing our unique place in the cosmos or facing existential truths we are unprepared to handle. This duality manifests in our technological pursuits. We construct enormous radio telescopes to listen actively for signals from other civilizations, yet simultaneously worry about the possibility that more advanced beings are secretly watching us, listening in on our broadcasts. This psychological paradox creates fertile ground for exploitation. An artifact designed to mimic a natural comet could navigate these contradictions seamlessly. It would satisfy our curiosity, appearing exotic enough to warrant scientific investigation, while remaining familiar enough to be perceived as benign. It would seem like something that happened by chance or as a cosmic coincidence, rather than something deliberately directed at us. Such an object preserves our comforting illusion that we are simply observing natural phenomena, not being carefully studied or manipulated, while subtly collecting the intelligence necessary to shape whatever comes next. The patience required for a strategy like this would be almost beyond human comprehension. Unlike military campaigns that unfold over months or even a few years, or corporate strategies that span decades at most, a space-based Trojan horse could operate for centuries, even millennia. It could afford to wait long enough for the perfect moment, a rare conjunction of circumstances, a point of cultural or technological vulnerability, or an opportune alignment of developmental milestones to ensure success. This slow, patient approach allows the observer to remain undetected during the crucial early phases while gathering critical intelligence. Imagine what such a patient, observant entity might have witnessed during its long, gradual entry into our solar system. It could have observed the evolution of human civilization, from the first signal detections in radio waves to the development of space travel. It has seen the rise of our interconnected communication networks, the expansion of satellite infrastructure, and our burgeoning awareness of cosmic threats like asteroid impacts. An intelligent monitoring system, if it existed, would have known precisely when humanity reached a level of technological maturity worth studying, yet remained unthreatening in terms of defense or retaliatory ability. The beauty of impeccably mimicking a natural comet lies in its inherent temporary nature. Comets are transient visitors making often a single pass through the inner solar system before heading back into the interstellar void, possibly never seen again. This fleeting presence lends itself perfectly to a hit-and-run reconnaissance mission. The object appears, observes, and then departs, vanishing before widespread suspicion or concerted investigation can emerge. It could slip away into the dark, carrying with it the intelligence it gathered as silently and naturally as a distant celestial event, leaving us with only fragments of mystery and a deepening sense of humility. But what if departure from our solar system isn't part of the original plan? What if the entire Trojan horse analogy extends beyond the initial arrival, reaching its climax only when the hidden contents finally surface to fulfill their true purpose? In the timeless story, the Greek soldiers concealed within the wooden horse did not remain hidden forever. They patiently waited until the city was deep in sleep, then quietly opened the gates of the horse's belly, pouring out into the streets of Troy and unleashing their final assault. In a cosmic context, the space-based equivalent might involve the deployment of countless smaller probes, microscopic devices that surreptitiously hitch a ride on the comet's tail as it passes near Earth. These secondary payloads could be designed as stealthy surveillance agents, establishing an extensive underground network of observation points concealed among countless pieces of natural space debris, asteroids, dust particles, and fragments, whose presence is already woven into the fabric of our planetary neighborhood. Fueled by solar power, these tiny implants could operate silently for decades, possibly even centuries, gathering invaluable information and relaying messages, all while remaining unseen by our current detection methods. By blending seamlessly among the millions of natural particles orbiting our planet, they could quietly become a fixture in our environment, unnoticed yet constantly observing. Alternatively, the true purpose of the Trojan horse might be even more direct. As the mysterious object, let's call it 3IATLAS, approaches its closest point to Earth, expected in late 2025, it might initiate its final act, not by releasing soldiers but rather by unleashing something far more sophisticated. Self-replicating nanomachines. These could be biological agents, designed to integrate seamlessly into Earth's ecosystems, or advanced communication devices that piggyback on our satellite networks, secretly tapping into our existing infrastructure to transmit data or commands. Imagine microscopic machines embedded within the comet's outer layers, capable of spreading across the environment, analyzing or even subtly manipulating terrestrial systems. The scope of possibilities is vast, limited only by the technological ingenuity and intent of whoever sent it. It could be a covert reconnaissance operation, a tool for environmental alteration, or preparations for future contact. Of course, all these scenarios are rooted in pure speculation. To date, 3IATLAS shows no signs of artificial origin. No signals, no anomalous debris, no unmistakable indicators of a clandestine operation. It appears to be just what it seems, an object of cosmic ice and rock, traversing the solar system according to the predictable laws of physics. And yet, this is precisely what made the original Trojan horse so effective. Because no one suspected the wooden monument hidden inside the city's walls until it was too late, until the enemy infiltrators had already poured into Troy and claimed victory. The crucial question that remains, therefore, is not whether 3IATLAS is artificially constructed, but whether we would recognize it as such if it were. Our current detection methods are finely tuned to identify natural phenomena, comets, asteroids, and man-made objects, based on principles rooted in our understanding of human engineering and physics. But an artifact crafted by a civilization millions of years more advanced than ours might operate on principles and technologies we have yet to conceive or detect. As it journeys through our solar neighborhood, our role is limited to observing, analyzing, and pondering, knowing that the most insidious Trojan horses are often the ones we never see until the moment the gates swing open, when it's already too late to respond. Let us turn our attention to a notable early suspect, Oumuamua, the first interstellar object that truly caught worldwide scientific and public attention. On October 19th, in the year 2017, a quiet paradigm shift occurred, not through a dramatic event, but in the subtle, almost unnoticed manner that meaningful change often unfolds. That was the day astronomers detected something that shouldn't have been there. A dark, elongated object tumbling through our solar system along a trajectory unmistakably indicating an interstellar origin. They named it Oumuamua, a Hawaiian term meaning messenger from afar, symbolizing its extraterrestrial provenance. The name proved eerily prophetic, for this cosmic visitor brought with it questions that remain unresolved and possibilities that continue to unsettle scientists and explorers alike. Oumuamua was undeniably strange in ways that natural objects aren't supposed to be. Its shape defied easy classification, appearing as a shimmering, elongated cigar or perhaps a cosmic pancake, elongated hundreds of times more than it was wide. Its surface was an unusual deep shade of red, remarkably smooth, a stark contrast to the rough, jagged appearances typical of most asteroids, and it reflected less sunlight than thought possible. Most perplexing of all, however, was its unexpected acceleration as it receded from the sun, a behavior that simple gravity alone couldn't explain. Instead, it seemed to gain speed in a manner that suggested some form of internal or external propulsion, a phenomenon that puzzled astronomers and ignited speculation about artificial origin. These precise in its form defies easy classification, intentionally crafted in a shape that oscillates between a cosmic cigar and an interstellar pancake, stretching somewhere between 10 and 100 times longer than it is wide. This elongated silhouette hints at an origin beyond mere chance, whispering of design rather than randomness. Its surface bore an unusual crimson hue, remarkably smooth to the eye, with a reflectivity so low that it absorbed far more light than it reflected, darker than charcoal, as though cloaked in a shadow of its own making. Most perplexing of all, as it drifted away from the sun, it unexpectedly gained speed, accelerating in a manner that defied the gravitational physics we know so well. This departure from natural motion raised eyebrows in scientific circles, as the object's acceleration could not be explained by the forces of gravity alone. Within the precise language of scholarly discourse, these observations were described as highly unusual and unexpected, an anomaly that challenged existing paradigms. Yet beyond the realm of peer-reviewed papers in the freer, more speculative corners of the internet, these same anomalies ignited a flurry of theories, many proposing that this object might not be entirely natural at all. Its strange, elongated shape bore no resemblance to any known natural formation in space, further fueling the hypothesis that it might be artificial. The suggestion of some form of propulsion, perhaps a hidden engine, sat beneath the surface of many amateur and fringe theories, hinting that the object's acceleration was the signature of controlled thrust. The trajectory of this cosmic visitor brought it astonishingly close to Earth, almost as if it had been deliberately guided in our direction. Its path was not a simple natural flyby. Instead, it seemed tailored, almost planned, providing astronomers and observers with a front-row seat to its unfolding mystery. The scientific community, always cautious but not hesitant in the face of the unknown, responded with a blend of prudence and inventive thinking. Many hypothesized that this object was not a solitary wanderer, but perhaps a fragment broken off from a larger body, a larger entity shattered by gravitational forces during its journey through the depths of space. Others suggested that it could be an unusually flat, pancake-shaped object, which would neatly explain both its elongated form and the manner in which it appeared to accelerate. Some theorized that unseen processes, exotic forms of outgassing, might be responsible. Streams of gas and dust escaping from the object in ways invisible to our current instruments, yet producing thrust that altered its course. Each explanation substantially extended the boundaries of what we traditionally considered possible, demanding that we stretch our scientific understanding. Yet this stretching was considered more reasonable than accepting the notion that we were observing a deliberate, artificial craft. The timing of this discovery, coinciding with a period when humanity was increasingly aware of its cosmic vulnerability, added layers of complexity. In that very year, NASA had established its Planetary Defense Coordination Office, tasked explicitly with tracking space objects that might threaten Earth, a shift of perception from speculative science fiction to tangible policy. It's noteworthy that this object, Oumuamua, was not dangerous in any conventional sense. It carried no evident weapons, posed no threat of impact, and showed no signs of hostility or aggressive behavior. If anything, it seemed almost benign, an observer rather than an attacker, residing in a respectful distance and continuing on its path without incident. This apparent restraint could be interpreted as either a sign of its natural origin or one of the most unsettling aspects of the whole affair. Because during its close approach to the sun, Oumuamua exhibited patterns of behavior that could be interpreted through multiple lenses, natural or artificial. It brightened and dimmed in regular, predictable cycles, a characteristic consistent with a tumbling object of a regular shape, perhaps similar to a spinning asteroid. However, those same brightness cycles could also be consistent with a carefully controlled rotation, designed to maximize solar exposure, possibly for power generation, blurring the line between natural and engineered. The distinction, once clear and straightforward, now became uncomfortably ambiguous. Radio telescopes around the world, trained and focused on Oumuamua, detected nothing out of the ordinary. No signals, no electromagnetic signatures indicating artificial technology. The silence was deafening in its implications. The absence of any detectable signals was initially taken as confirmation that the object was entirely natural, simply an odd but ordinary space rock with unusual features. In the cold logic of scientific reasoning, this lack of evidence of artificiality became paradoxically its own form of evidence, what is often called absence of evidence, which many interpreted as evidence of absence. And so, despite its some peculiarities, the consensus among many astronomers held firm. Oumuamua was an ordinary natural object, an ancient fragment of ice and rock that had wandered into our solar neighborhood from beyond our star system, following the known laws of physics and celestial mechanics. Its shape, surface, and behavior, although strange, fell within the boundaries of natural phenomena, the result, perhaps, of cosmic processes Yet it remains equally plausible that what we observed was not merely a natural object, but a piece of advanced technology crafted to operate with the utmost secrecy. Such a craft could utilize communication techniques we have yet to discover or encryption methods so sophisticated that they defy our current decoding capabilities. The fleeting window during which we could observe it rendered definitive conclusions nearly impossible, leaving us with only fragmentary glimpses and tantalizing ambiguities. Oumuamua was only identified after it had already traversed its closest approach to the Sun and was retreating into the depths of interstellar space. By the time scientists recognized the true nature of this object, it had already become too distant for any meaningful detailed examination. Within a matter of months, it faded from view entirely, retreating into the darkness between the stars while still harboring the secrets of its origin. This unfortunate reality underscored a fundamental weakness in our cosmic surveillance systems. While we are reasonably adept at identifying objects that pose an immediate threat to Earth, we are woefully unprepared to detect interstellar visitors until they are already on their outbound journey. This vulnerability appears by design or mere coincidence, but in either case it means our window for reconnaissance is often maximized only after the object has already departed, leaving little time for thorough study. The story of Oumuamua's discovery became a cultural touchstone far beyond scientific circles, marking it as the first interstellar object that the general public could attach a familiar name to. It was the first extraterrestrial visitor from beyond our solar system to captivate the common imagination, turning what was once purely a scientific curiosity into a phenomenon of popular media, with countless articles and sensationalized theories proposing alien artifacts, interstellar probes, or even signs of visitation. While the scientific community responded with skepticism and attempted to temper the flurry of speculation, the lingering questions refused to fade away. Many researchers and enthusiasts were troubled not just by Oumuamua's odd behavior, but more so by its unmistakable uniqueness. If interstellar objects of this kind were commonplace, thresholds of detection and observation should have become sharp enough, after surveys and technological advances, to identify such visitors regularly. Yet instead of a steady influx, we encountered a singular, bizarre anomaly that seemed to defy simple explanation. An outlier so statistically improbable that it suggested either an extraordinary coincidence or, compellingly, careful, deliberate preparation. The discovery revealed a sobering truth about our preparedness, specifically how ill-equipped we are for genuine contact with alien intelligences. Our protocols for responding to potentially hazardous asteroids are well established, built over decades of planetary defense planning. However, our procedures for investigating artificially crafted, possibly intelligent objects were virtually non-existent. No established protocols existed for communicating with or understanding a true alien probe. The departure of Oumuamua from our solar system marked the end of our direct observational capacity. yet it left behind an enduring ripple of speculation and curiosity. Current computer modeling efforts continue to refine our understanding of its trajectory. These simulations help trace back possible origins and forecast its future path, revealing intriguing clues. The calculations suggest an origin roughly aligned with the star Vega, which, intriguingly, was in a different position in the sky millions of years ago when the object's journey apparently commenced. This apparent temporal disconnect underscores one of the most profound challenges in the study of interstellar phenomena: the vast timescales involved. Any civilization capable of launching probes across such immense distances would operate on timescales that far exceed human history. Missions that could span geological epochs, whose objectives and capabilities might transcend all current human comprehension. This disparity in temporal scales highlights a fundamental obstacle in what we might call interstellar archaeology. Understanding artifacts that could have been traveling through the galaxy for millions, perhaps billions, of years before we even detected their presence. The notion forces us to confront a humbling reality. Our current understanding and technological reach are but a tiny slice of the broader cosmic theater, where advanced civilizations may have already engineered and launched missions millions of years ago, and their intents, whether exploratory, surveillance, or otherwise, remain entirely beyond our grasp. Certainly, here is a richly expanded, eloquently reimagined version of your provided excerpt. The discovery of Oumuamua has become a pivotal moment, establishing a foundational template for how humanity might identify and recognize future visitors from distant stars. Its emergence in our observational history has driven significant improvements in our celestial survey techniques, fine-tuning our instruments and sharpening our criteria for differentiating between phenomena rooted in natural origins and those that might be artificial in nature. Through its detection, we've learned to scrutinize the cosmos with greater precision, developing a more discerning eye for anomalies that could point to intelligent design beyond our understanding. Yet amid these advancements, Oumuamua has also exposed the intrinsic limitations of our technological tools and the inherent ambiguities woven into the very fabric of interpreting data from celestial objects that we can scarcely observe clearly. Our instruments, however sophisticated, operate within the constraints of resolution and sensitivity that can obscure the true nature of what we detect. The faint signatures, the minute deviations, the subtle clues, all are shrouded in uncertainty, leaving us to question whether we are truly grasping the full picture or merely glimpsing fleeting shadows cast by the vast unknown. As ongoing debates swirl around the true identity of Oumuamua, we find ourselves faced with a profound, overarching question about our place within the cosmic tapestry. If indeed we are being visited by objects constructed or piloted by other intelligent species, if these visitors are not mere natural debris but purposeful emissaries, what does that reveal about the minds behind such phenomena? Are they studying us with curiosity and intent, quietly cataloging our civilization's development? Or are they disregarding our signals entirely, perhaps waiting for the right moment? Or perhaps simply observing without interference? Or could they be preparing us for a reality we have yet to comprehend, an event or transformation formed from a deeper, more complex purpose? The answers to these questions may be revealed by the very next interstellar visitor that crosses our path, or perhaps the one that follows it in the distant future. Every new arrival adds a piece to the puzzle, each one a potential messenger, a probe, or a sentinel. Because Oumuamua taught us that we are not alone in this universe of stars, that we share this cosmic neighborhood with entities whose intentions are still shrouded in mystery. And each new guest might finally hold the key to understanding what these mysterious travelers truly seek from us or the universe at large. Part 7. Atlas versus the gods. Names possess a peculiar power, especially when their roots stretch back into myth and legend, only to be carried forward into the realm of scientific nomenclature. They evoke imagery, carry connotations of strength, responsibility, and cosmic purpose, shaping perceptions beyond mere labels. The object designated as 3IATLAS bears the name of an ancient figure from Greek mythology, the Titan condemned by the gods to bear the weight of the heavens upon his shoulders, forever tasked with supporting the vault of the sky. It's a name that conjures visions of immense strength, unceasing vigilance, and a burden of universal significance. However, the reality behind this designation is rooted in very human circumstances. The name Atlas derives from the Atlas Survey Telescope, an acronym for the Asteroid Terrestrial Impact Last Alert System, a sophisticated array of observatories designed to detect and track objects that pose an impact threat to Earth. The mythological connection, therefore, is purely coincidental, more a product of bureaucratic tradition than any predestined fate woven into the cosmos. Yet coincidences have a way of resonating deeply when they touch the domain of cosmic visitors. Echoes of myth and mystery intertwine, lending a grandeur to our encounters that feels almost predestined. Throughout history, human beings have a remarkable tendency to find patterns, faces in cloud formations, voices in the wind, and signs of prophecy within the movements and alignments of celestial bodies. We are innately predisposed to perceive meaning where there may be none, a phenomenon known as pareidolia. Our minds urge to assign significance to random data. This predisposition has been a guiding force in shaping our understanding of the universe since our earliest gazes skyward, constructing stories and meanings that reflect deeper fears, hopes, and beliefs. The name Atlas echoes with the weight of humanity's most profound anxieties about cosmic responsibility. In myth, Atlas was not merely physically strong, but was also a symbol of eternal burden. He was condemned to uphold the heavens as punishment for defying the gods. His task an unending, solitary vigil that became both a test of strength and a form of divine punishment. The skies, infinite and impenetrable, became his prison, an eternal weight he must bear, never completing his task, yet never allowed to relinquish it. Applying this symbolism to our interstellar visitor, 3IATLAS, suggests something of similar gravitas. Is this cosmic emissary carrying a burden beyond our understanding? A duty or responsibility woven into its very existence? Could it be Oumuamua evokes the image of enigmatic messengers hailing from remote, uncharted worlds, hidden couriers drifting in the depths of space? Borisov, on the other hand, honors the diligent astronomer whose unwavering dedication over countless years has honed their gaze upon the heavens, revealing fleeting visitors from distant stars. Names like Atlas invoke titanic forces and cosmic phenomena beyond the reach of human understanding, symbols not chosen by mere coincidence but seeded with profound intention. These associations serve a vital purpose. They help us frame the unfamiliar within familiar stories, translating the alien into the language of our collective imagination. Our mind naturally seeks patterns and narratives, and so we anchor the unknown to tales and symbols we already grasp. Yet these linguistic choices also expose the biases and expectations our minds bring to objectivity. Our cultural lenses, shaped by history, mythology, and shared symbolism, color our interpretation of astronomical phenomena, often leading us to see more meaning than what might truly exist. In the realm of imagination, these names forge a deeper link. They suggest that 3IATLAS's origins and purpose could be more than chance. Perhaps it bears an ancient cosmic burden, carrying out a mission so immense and patient that it spans the very distances between the stars. Could its voyage to our solar system be a deliberate pilgrimage, not a chance wandering? Might it be the fulfillment of a task assigned eons ago by intelligences so far beyond us that their existence remains entirely beyond our conception? Reflecting on the origins of the name Atlas, a figure from Greek mythology adds layers of symbolism. Atlas once stood at the western edge of the known world, bearing the weight of the heavens on his shoulders in a divine punishment, guarding the boundary where the land ended and the infinite ocean of the cosmos began. In our current age, 3IATLAS approaches us from a celestial direction aligned with the constellation Lynx, situated at the very edge of what we perceive as our cosmic neighborhood, the boundary where the solar system meets the boundless void. This parallel is almost poetic, like ancient maps warning, "Here be dragons." It hints at the vast unknown lurking just beyond our understanding, a reminder of both our limitations and the tantalizing secrets that lie beyond. This region from which 3IATLAS seems to emerge is one that might be considered the domain of the mythical dragons beyond our cartographic horizons, territory uncharted, filled with mysteries and entities waiting to be discovered. Atlas, the titan of intelligence and strength, was said also to be the first astronomer, the pioneer of celestial navigation, an ancient guide who deciphered the starry map and mentored humanity in reading the universe's grand design. If 3IATLAS is indeed a creation of an advanced intelligence capable of interstellar journeys, then it might serve as a cosmic teacher, a messenger bearing knowledge from the deepest and most distant classroom of space, arrived long after the great architects of stars and planets set the foundations for life. But as with all names and symbols, caution must temper our assumptions. Language and labels are often deceptive. They craft expectations that might not align with reality. Consider Venus, named after the goddess of love and beauty. Yet it is a hellish world of crushing pressures and corrosive clouds, a reminder that names carry human ideals and projections, not necessarily embodied truths. Likewise, the constellation Cancer, the crab, bears little resemblance to its earthly namesake from our vantage point, highlighting that our labels reveal more about our psychology than about the entities they describe. This phenomenon extends into our interpretation of 3IATLAS itself. When we see the vivid green glow emanating from the object, our minds leap to familiar associations. Traffic lights signaling go, exit signs guiding escape, or energy beams in science fiction stories of alien weaponry. Within this color, we project images of vast civilizations, cosmic messengers delivering signals from distant worlds, or mysterious artifacts hinting at technological wonders far beyond our grasp. The power of mythological names and their associated symbolism lies in their ability to frame narratives that extend beyond pure measurement, constructing a symbolic scaffolding through which we interpret and contextualize the cosmic unknown. When we assign the name Atlas to an object drifting through the cosmos, we're not merely giving it a label. We are invoking an entire universe of myth, a tapestry woven with titans, deities, and tales of punishment, responsibility, and unyielding strength. This name acts as a vessel carrying with it centuries of collective imagination, elevating a remote celestial body from a simple chunk of ice and rock to a character in an ongoing cosmic drama. It becomes more than just a physical entity. It transforms into a participant in an epic that predates humanity itself and may endure long after our civilization has faded into history. This mythological framework imparts a sense of agency and purpose, turning passive observation into active interpretation, casting the object as a player with intentions rooted in figures of legendary magnitude. The ancient Greeks understood that names wielded immense power, that to know a being's true name was to hold sway over it. Their mythos is filled with figures whose epithets and titles conceal deeper identities and hidden truths, emphasizing that words are carriers not just of identification but of influence and authority. In this light, if 3IATLAS, the celestial visitor we observe, is in fact an artificial construct, a vessel crafted by an alien intelligence with purposes beyond our understanding, then its real name might be a word beyond our pronunciation, a sound that eludes our linguistic grasp. The technology behind our discovery, the Atlas Survey System, operates a fleet of 4 telescopes strategically placed in Hawaii and South Africa, routinely scanning the entire visible sky every 2 days. These instruments serve as our modern celestial sentinels, akin to mythological guardians standing watch at the thresholds of our modern, known world. Their vigilant gaze is tasked with monitoring the heavens for threats, dangerous asteroids, potentially catastrophic objects, or, as in this case, interstellar visitors that could arrive unexpectedly. Each of these telescopes bears a weight similar to that of the mythological Atlas, holding the sky's secrets and guarding our planetary safety. Yet vigilance carries its own cost. The same sophisticated systems that scan for debris and impending strikes also have the capacity to detect objects that do not resemble familiar cosmic phenomena. Objects from beyond our solar system that drift across interstellar space with trajectories and signatures that defy conventional understanding. If 3IATLAS were an artificial probe crafted by an advanced civilization, its creators would have been fully aware of our detection capabilities. They would have meticulously planned its approach, knowing exactly how and when it might be spotted, and tailored its design to stay hidden or to communicate subtly through its behavior. Reflecting on the myth of Atlas himself, we recall the story of how, in Greek legend, the eternal burden of holding the heavens was eventually lifted by the hero Perseus, wielding Medusa's head to turn the Titan to stone, transforming his eternal punishment into an enduring mountain range in North Africa. This tale hints at a profound truth. Even what seems eternal and unchangeable might be subject to eventual liberation or transformation. Perhaps, in some cosmic sense, the burdens carried across eons by celestial objects or perhaps by civilizations are not forever fixed. Maybe someday those burdens can be relinquished. As 3IATLAS continues its silent voyage through our solar system, carrying whatever purpose or weight it may bear, we are left with a compelling question. What burden does it carry, and will that load someday be lifted or resolved, perhaps right here in this corner of our galaxy? The name Atlas resonates beyond its intended scientific designation, into the realm of myth and symbolic meaning, where the deepest truths and most profound mysteries often lurk beneath layers of history, culture, and narrative. Whether this name's significance hints at something truly cosmic or is merely a coincidence remains an open question. In a universe where the line between meaning and chance can blur intriguingly, sometimes the more vital query is not what an object truly is, but what it signifies to call it by a specific name. The act of naming itself becomes an act of storytelling, shaping our understanding and framing our expectations. This brings us to the realm of signals, those subtle whispers amid the noise, where every observation is akin to a detective's case. Each piece of data requires careful scrutiny to distinguish genuine phenomena from mere artifacts of our instruments, cosmic events from terrestrial interference, and meaningful patterns from random fluctuations. It is in this delicate process of filtering the universe's signals that we attempt to unravel the secrets hidden within the vast, silent depths of space. When considering the enigmatic presence of 3IATLAS, the complexity of identifying artificial signals in the vastness of space becomes even more formidable. The challenge is compounded because we're searching for signs that might intentionally avoid detection. Features that, if present, would be designed precisely to remain hidden. In the realm of natural celestial phenomena, the signals and behaviors of comets adhere to well-understood and consistent patterns. For example, when the sun's radiant energy warms a comet's core, its subsurface ice begins to transition directly into gas, a process known as sublimation that imparts to these objects their distinctive fuzzy glowing appearance, a defining characteristic that lends comets their name. This sublimation-driven activity is inherently chaotic, yet it follows predictable physical laws. The process is primarily governed by thermal dynamics, the transfer and distribution of heat, and the rotation of the comet itself, which exposes different regions of its surface to sunlight over time. Consequently, when astronomers observe a comet through their telescopes, they witness the brightness fluctuating in a manner consistent with the exposure of various surface areas to solar radiation. The spectrum of light emitted or reflected by the comet also shifts, revealing the excitation of different chemical compounds by solar energy, each with its characteristic spectral signature. These variations can be thought of as a cosmic fingerprint unique to each object, shaped by the physical interactions between ice, rock, and stellar radiation. In studying 3IATLAS, astronomers see exactly what they anticipate: the familiar signatures of volatile compounds dispersing into space, expelled in what appear to be random natural outgassing patterns. Yet this apparent randomness raises a provocative question. What if some of these seemingly erratic patterns are in fact subtly orchestrated, deliberately embedded within the stochastic chaos of natural processes? Imagine in our speculative scenario that beneath the veneer of natural outgassing lie hidden regularities, tiny, precise preferences for specific emission wavelengths at particular intervals, or a tendency for brightness fluctuations to cluster around certain timing patterns. These minute deviations from pure thermally driven behavior could be individually mistaken for benign irregularities, yet collectively, when analyzed statistically over time, they might reveal a pattern, an unintended signature of an artificial origin. The core difficulty then resides in differentiating between true causation and mere correlation, a task complicated by the human brain's extraordinary capacity to discern meaningful patterns in noisy data. Our minds have evolved to detect signals amid the chaos, a skill that historically enhanced our survival. But when it comes to extraterrestrial phenomena governed by unfamiliar rules, especially phenomena that might be deliberately engineered for concealment, this natural pattern recognition can deceive us. Currently, radio telescopes pointed toward 3IATLAS have detected no signals that unmistakably suggest artificiality. There are no repetitive pulses, no structured data streams, and no carrier waves that would point directly to intentional communications. This lack of conventional electromagnetic signatures is strong evidence to support a natural origin, that the object is just a distant fragment of cosmic debris, following physical laws that we understand. Artificial constructs, as we know from our experience, typically emit detectable electromagnetic signatures. Their technology often leaves traces that can be intercepted across interstellar distances. However, it's essential to consider that advanced civilizations might employ communication methods beyond our present understanding or detection capabilities. Quantum entanglement, for example, could in principle enable instantaneous communication across arbitrary distances, transmitting information in ways that leave no trace in our current detection modes. Likewise, gravitational waves, ripples in the fabric of space-time, could carry encoded data in patterns too subtle for our existing instruments to discern. Neutrino beams, which can traverse matter without scattering or leaving detectable traces, might serve as covert interprobe communication channels. The problem of concealing signals amidst cosmic noise is not new. Terrestrial examples demonstrate that the art of hiding information in noise has reached a high level of sophistication. Military communication systems, for instance, frequently utilize spread spectrum techniques, distributing information across a vast range of frequencies. so that transmissions appear as indistinguishable static to unintended receivers. Steganography, the practice of embedding messages within seemingly innocent images or documents, becomes even more effective when applied on quantum or cosmic scales. These methods make the signals so diffuse or disguised that external observation yields no obvious evidence of intentional messaging. Yet the information is still there, hidden in the complexity of the electromagnetic environment. In summary, even the absence of detectable signals does not conclusively rule out the possibility of artificial manipulation. Instead, it highlights the limitations of our current detection technologies and assumptions. Sophisticated extraterrestrial civilizations could be employing methods designed explicitly to evade our notice, utilizing physical principles and communication techniques we have yet to conceive or develop. The challenge is to remain vigilant, to refine our instruments, and to develop innovative analytical frameworks capable of uncovering subtle signs of artificiality hidden within the seemingly natural behavior of celestial objects. Advanced encryption techniques are designed to make data appear entirely random, even when it conceals highly structured and meaningful information. On a cosmic scale, a probe intended for covert observation could employ similar methods, embedding its signals within what would seem to be natural and benign phenomena. Its communications might be concealed amidst the very radio emissions generated by the object itself, cleverly encoded within the timing of subtle brightness variations or the specific chemical signatures of expelled materials. Detecting such transmissions wouldn't rely solely on the sensitivity of our instruments. It would also demand an understanding or suspicion of the encoding methods used. Imagine that the object, perhaps an interstellar probe like 3IATLAS, is utilizing its own natural behavior as a communication channel. For instance, the sublimation of surface ice, a process where icy material turns directly into gas, creates jets of dust and gas that push outward from the surface. If a highly advanced intelligence were controlling this sublimation process, it could selectively heat different regions of its nucleus, timing and modulating these jets in specific patterns. These jets already serve a natural propulsion purpose, helping the object glide through space, but they might also be used deliberately to transmit coded signals. Such signals would leave no conspicuous signatures outside the natural outgassing phenomena, making them virtually indistinguishable from natural cometary activity. The timing of such signals would be of critical importance. If 3IATLAS were transmitting information about Earth, our planet, and its inhabitants, it would likely do so at moments when it has the clearest vantage point, meaning when its position gives the best line of sight to our world and its orbiting satellites. These signals might be synchronized with particular orbital positions, designed to optimize communication with other probes or distant receivers, akin to carefully chosen windows of transmission that maximize energy efficiency and clarity. Alternatively, some of these signals might be meant directly for us, intended to be recognized by a species that has attained a certain level of technological sophistication. Only through advanced analysis and improved detection techniques would these subtle patterns become apparent. Perhaps only when our technology reaches a new level of sensitivity, or our understanding of such phenomena deepens. In this scenario, 3IATLAS becomes not merely a passive observer but an active participant, serving both as a probe and as a guide or teacher, revealing its true nature only when human observational capabilities are sufficiently advanced to comprehend what they are witnessing. The distinctive green glow observed during the active phase of 3IATLAS could serve a dual purpose, not merely a chemical byproduct but also a kind of messenger. The vibrant hue caused by excited diatomic carbon could carry encoded information if its intensity, wavelength, or subtle variations in it are carefully modulated. Such variations could transmit data at rates far beyond the capabilities of conventional radio communications, imbuing the glow with an enormous information density, enough to send detailed surveys of entire star systems or galactic regions during the brief period the object passes through our cosmic neighborhood. Spectroscopic analysis, which allows scientists to determine the chemical composition of the gases and dust surrounding the object, might reveal something even more intriguing. If microscopic devices, tiny artificial sensors or transmitters, were embedded within the comet's nucleus, their operations might leave subtle traces in the expelled material. These could include unusual isotope ratios, molecular structures that are highly improbable in natural formations, or chemical compounds that shouldn't exist in natural ice formed billions of years ago. However, our challenge lies in searching for these clues within an astronomical haystack, an environment the size of the solar system, using instruments primarily designed to study natural celestial phenomena rather than artificial engineered signals. Our telescopes and spectrometers are optimized for detecting asteroids, measuring the distances and compositions of distant worlds, and analyzing natural outgassing from comets and planets. They are not inherently attuned to distinguish between purely natural processes and subtle indicators of artificial intelligence. In essence, the task is akin to finding a single needle hidden inside a vast field of straw, with our current tools functioning more like magnifying glasses for natural objects than finely tuned detectors for engineered signals. Yet the possibility remains that within these faint variations and chemical signatures lies a form of intelligent communication, waiting to be uncovered provided we develop the right analytical techniques and increase our sensitivity to the universe's whispered secrets. They may not be specifically designed to recognize technology that functions based on principles beyond our current understanding. Additionally, any signals we do manage to detect must be carefully distinguished from the overwhelming electromagnetic interference produced by human activity on Earth. Our planet radiates radio waves across a vast spectrum, creating a persistent bubble of electromagnetic noise that extends far beyond our atmosphere into space. From satellites and cell phone towers to countless electronic devices, every source adds to this chaotic cacophony, one that could easily conceal even the faintest transmissions from an interstellar visitor. The complexity deepens when considering the timing of such signals. If our hypothetical visitor, 3IATLAS, is indeed transmitting information, it might do so on unpredictable schedules, over days, weeks, or even months, making the detection of meaningful patterns a formidable challenge. To identify these patterns, sustained and meticulous observation over extended periods is essential. Yet achieving this is no small feat when telescope time is highly competitive, allocated in limited blocks to various projects, and observational priorities often shift depending on funding, trending scientific interests, and other logistical factors. Perhaps the most profound obstacle in detecting these signals, however, isn't purely technical but psychological. We are engaged in a search for something that might actively prefer to remain hidden, an intelligence that might deliberately operate beneath our radar. Our current detection methods, while advanced, could be fundamentally inadequate when it comes to recognizing signals encoded in formats or patterns we cannot conceive of. We are essentially searching for cryptic messages that might be concealed in ways far beyond our current scientific paradigm, in signals designed with intent and sophistication that could easily outmatch our detection capabilities. This situation leads to a crucial realization. The absence of obvious signals or any detectable communication does not necessarily mean that no signals exist. It might simply indicate that we haven't yet developed the tools or understanding necessary to recognize them. As 3IATLAS continues its journey through our solar system, every measurement we record, every bit of data, contributes to a growing data set. Future scientists, armed with more advanced technology and deeper insights, might analyze this data and identify patterns that today's instruments and methods overlook. The signals we are unable to detect today may be hiding in plain sight, obscured within the noise of our environment, waiting to be uncovered by the next generation of analysis. When techniques evolve and become more sensitive, the faint whispers of information that seem lost today could suddenly become clear, revealing hidden messages or evidence of artificial origin that is presently beyond our grasp. Part 9. Trojan Scenarios, the Wild List. As our imagination ventures into the realm where interstellar technology meets limitless possibility, the scope of what might be happening grows as vast as the cosmos itself. If 3IATLAS is not merely a natural comet but instead an intentionally crafted artificial construct, then what actions might it be undertaking? The range of potential scenarios spans from the plausible to the outright improbable. But in a universe so little understood, even the most fantastical ideas warrant at least some consideration. Scenario 1. The nanobotic swarm. Consider a fleet of microscopic machines so tiny that they are smaller than dust particles, embedded deep within the nucleus of our visitor, 3IATLAS. As sunlight and solar radiation warm the object, these nanobots activate, beginning an intricate process of self-replication utilizing the raw materials from the comet's icy and rocky interior. As they multiply, these devices disperse through the comet's coma, spreading out like digital spores that hitchhike on solar winds. Over time, they could reach beyond the immediate vicinity, perhaps traveling through our solar system's space environment. Each nanobot is designed with advanced autonomy, self-powered, capable of repairing itself, and equipped with sensors that monitor a broad spectrum of environmental variables. They could detect atmospheric compositions, electromagnetic signals, or even subtle changes in planetary magnetic fields. Within just a few months, this dispersed network might comprise an invisible surveillance web, an intricate, far-reaching sensor array capable of observing countless phenomena across millions of cubic miles of space surrounding Earth. Such a system would essentially function as a covert eyes and ears network, silently gathering intelligence far beyond our detection. Scenario 2. The Sleeper Protocol. Imagine that 3IATLAS carries within it billions of microscopic or nano-sized dormant seed-like devices, self-contained modules that have been placed perhaps eons ago during its passage through the inner solar system. These seeds are designed to remain inert for extended periods, waiting patiently in Earth's atmosphere, oceans, soil, or even within the fabric of our environment, dormant and undetectable until triggered by a specific activation signal or environmental cue. When the signal finally arrives, potentially from a subsequent interstellar object, a particular cosmic event, or a prearranged trigger, these dormant units could spring into action, awakening all at once. Their purpose might be to conduct a comprehensive biological and technological survey of human civilization, secretly and systematically gathering data. Such quiet, long-term deployments could establish the groundwork for future contact, or even serve as a form of passive reconnaissance. These diminutive devices, no larger than grains of sand, drift silently toward Earth, falling through the vast expanse of space like shimmering cosmic snowflakes. Over time, they settle into our atmosphere, silently infiltrating the clouds, our seas, and the soil beneath our feet. For years, or even decades, they remain dormant, powered down and imperceptible, concealed within the natural environment, waiting patiently for a precise signal to trigger their awakening. This signal, perhaps transmitted from another interstellar visitor, triggers a synchronized activation across their hidden network, awakening them all at once to commence their true purpose: an exhaustive biological and technological reconnaissance of human civilization. This scenario opens the door to a chilling possibility that these tiny agents have been quietly observing us, gathering data on our ecosystems, our technology, our societies, potentially from the moment they landed. Once active, they could transmit detailed insights about our biological makeup, social structures, technological infrastructure, and even cultural quirks, all without our knowledge. They are, in essence, clandestine spies embedded in our world, functioning as a covert species of observers with a singular, unsettling mission. Now envisage a different scenario: the puppet master. As the interstellar object called 3IATLAS traverses near Earth, it begins to subtly manipulate the very fabric of our digital networks. It transmits signals on frequencies that our satellites and communication systems use for internal coordination. Yet these signals are ingeniously cloaked, disguised to resemble routine software updates or system maintenance. To human observers, they appear harmless, nothing more than technical glitches or background noise. However, these covert instructions are gradually rewriting the programmed responses of our orbital infrastructure. Our weather satellites start providing misleading data, their readings skewed to produce inaccurate forecasts. GPS signals, once reliable navigation guides, begin to drift into errors calculated to mislead or confuse. Meanwhile, communication networks develop inexplicable delays, introducing mysterious lag times and disruptions that seem to evolve over time. These changes happen gradually, enough to pass unnoticed as normal system degradation, yet with a systematic precision that suggests a foreign intelligence's hand. As the external observer watches from afar, it gains unparalleled control over our technological backbone, testing, adjusting, and subtly steering our systems in ways that could influence critical aspects of daily life without triggering immediate suspicion. Venturing further into the realm of the extraordinary, picture the most disturbing of possibilities: the time editor. Here, third-IATLAS is not merely a passive observer or a manipulator of infrastructure, but a catalyst with technology capable of bending the very flow of causality. Operating using physics principles beyond our current understanding, it identifies pivotal moments in human history, key events, breakthroughs, conflicts, and delicately intervenes, making microscopic adjustments to the course of events. These tiny shifts, seemingly insignificant on their own, accumulate over generations, subtly steering humanity toward outcomes that serve the interests of the probe's creators. Wars might end differently, not because of human agency, but due to precise, unseen influences. Scientific discoveries could be accelerated or delayed beyond what natural progression would dictate. Cultural movements might emerge in directions that defy our expectations. By the time humanity detects these anomalies, these tiny yet persistent deviations, the very fabric of our timeline has been woven anew, modified so gradually that we are unaware of the extent of the change. Our history, our evolution, and our destiny are no longer entirely autonomous, but subtly shaped by an unseen hand. Next, imagine the scenario of the weather harp. Third-IATLAS positions itself at a location of gravitational resonance within the solar system, where small forces can have amplified effects on planetary orbits. Through a series of precisely timed bursts of controlled outgassing, deliberately releasing gas and dust in calculated intervals, it begins to alter the gravitational environment around Earth. These minute but persistent shifts are enough to influence ocean tides by mere millimeters and to subtly modify atmospheric circulation patterns. Over months and years, these tiny perturbations cause our climate systems to drift into states beyond current scientific explanation. Weather phenomena may become inconsistent or unpredictable, following patterns and cycles that defy conventional understanding. All while the changes remain too subtle for us to notice as deliberate acts, just natural variations or random fluctuations, yet in reality they are the result of an intelligent manipulation designed to observe or influence our planetary stability. Finally, consider the fabrication facility scenario. Instead of arriving with a payload originating from distant star systems, Third Eye's Atlas demonstrates remarkable self-sufficiency, manufacturing sophisticated devices from locally available materials, ice, rock, and dust, using nanotechnology principles. It begins as a simple probe, but over time, as it consumes materials from its own nucleus, it evolves into a mobile manufacturing hub, transforming into a fleet of smaller specialized vehicles. Each manufactured unit is tailored for specific reconnaissance tasks, sampling atmospheric chemistry, mapping internal power sources, or deploying sensors across various regions of the solar system. This ability to produce complex functional machines from local resources introduces an unsettling new dimension: the possibility that such probes could ultimately spawn entire networks of autonomous devices, all built from the same self-replicating technology. By the time this object approaches the outer edges of our solar system, it has already given rise to numerous smaller entities, dozens of offshoots, each venturing toward different regions within our vast cosmic neighborhood. Imagine a sprawling network, an intricate web of interconnected objects, each seemingly independent yet possibly part of a greater, deliberate design. Now envision Scenario 7, the dimensional gateway. In the realm of the most extraordinary possibilities, the notion emerges that this so-called comet isn't merely a passive probe, but perhaps a conduit to somewhere entirely different, an interdimensional key. As it traverses our planetary system, it might be in the process of forging a temporary but stable bridge, an opening across the fabric of space-time itself, linking our familiar domain with distant realms or alternate layers of reality from which it originated. This venture into the unknown challenges our very understanding of physics, operating on principles that make even faster-than-light travel seem like child's play. Consider what it would entail to open gateways through dimensions we have yet to discover or even conceptualize, a form of travel that surpasses conventional notions of propulsion and navigation. To the untrained eye, this object appears as a transient visitor making a solitary pass, yet beneath that facade, it might be establishing a permanent and stable connection, a secret corridor between the Earth and civilizations that exist on vastly different planes of existence, layers of reality that we can only begin to imagine. These are realms where physics as we know it bends, folds, and warps, allowing entities and intelligences to traverse shortcuts that bypass our familiar universe entirely. Now shift focus to Scenario 8, the graduation examination. Here, this object serves a very different purpose, one that is perhaps more social or spiritual than technological. It signals the possibility that we, humanity, are being subtly tested by cosmic overseers. In this scenario, the object functions as a component of an expansive, universe-spanning assessment aimed at determining whether human civilization has reached the prerequisite level of maturity necessary to be invited into a wider galactic community. It observes our reactions, our curiosity, our cooperation, our analytical and moral responses to its presence. It measures how well we do in studying, understanding, and responsibly sharing information about its nature and purpose. Those civilizations, whether species, cultures, or entire planetary systems that demonstrate the necessary qualities pass this cosmic test. They earn the opportunity for further contact, eventual inclusion among the interstellar federation of intelligences. Conversely, those who stumble, who lack the maturity or behavior deemed appropriate, are left to continue to grow, to evolve, before they are judged ready once more. The criteria for success are hidden from us, shrouded in the mystery of the universe's own standards. yet we are being assessed by intelligences with standards far beyond our understanding. Our performance, our capacity for cooperation, comprehension, and responsible knowledge sharing is under scrutiny in this cosmic evaluation. Moving on to Scenario 9. The Cosmic Invoice, an entirely different, perhaps even startling perspective on extraterrestrial interaction. Here, this object might not be a passive, curious explorer or a diplomatic tester, but rather a kind of cosmic bill collector. Its mission could be a transactional one, presenting Earth with a metaphorical invoice for services rendered. Services that, to the most advanced civilizations, are obvious yet invaluable. For example, the stable climate that allowed life to flourish, the serendipitous absence of catastrophic asteroid impacts during critical periods of biological evolution, or the very cosmic conditions that facilitated the emergence of our technological civilization. In this framework, the universe operates more like a vast protection racket, a cosmic economy where survival, development, and progress come at a cost that must be paid in a form beyond mere currency. The bill could be settled through the transmission of complex mathematical theorems, revolutionary artistic achievements, or contributions, perhaps genetic, technological, or cultural, to a grander galactic enterprise. Decline to settle this cosmic invoice, and the consequences could be indirect. Protective services might withdraw, or the object itself could act to hinder or destabilize our civilization's progress. What's fascinating and humbling is that all these scenarios require capabilities that currently seem impossible to us or beyond our reach. Feats of technology and understanding that make our most advanced endeavors appear primitive. Yet, when considering civilizational chronologies that span millions or even billions of years, what today seems like unthinkable magic might in the future become routine engineering. Just as we now harness electricity and nuclear energy once deemed impossible. These speculative scenarios do not aim for predictive accuracy. Rather, their purpose is to stretch the boundaries of our imagination, challenging us to conceive of capabilities, motivations, and intentions that lie entirely outside our current experience. They serve as intellectual exercises that prepare us for radical shifts in understanding, potentially revolutionizing our views of intelligence, technology, and our role within the cosmic tapestry. In the end, the most reasonable explanation could very well remain that this object is nothing more than a natural wanderer. A fragment from another star system, 3IATLAS, is precisely what it appears to be. A natural celestial body originating from another star system. Its behavior adheres to the well-understood, predictable laws of physics that govern objects drifting through our galaxy. This viewpoint suggests that, contrary to some speculative theories, there's no need to assume malicious intent or advanced artificial design. It's simply an interstellar visitor traveling along the natural trajectories and interactions that space objects do. Yet, in a universe still largely shrouded in mystery, maintaining an open mind toward seemingly impossible scenarios remains perhaps the wisest and most prudent approach. After all, every piece of technology we now take for granted was once regarded as pure magic by earlier generations. Technologies that today seem extraordinary or unattainable may one day become commonplace as the boundary between the impossible and the routine continues to blur. Who's to say what marvels could be within our reach tomorrow when our current understanding is merely the tip of the cosmic iceberg? Moving into the domain of space warfare, the need for a profound shift in our traditional notions of conflict, distance, and vulnerability becomes evident. Unlike terrestrial battles staged on Earth, where geography offers natural defensive advantages, mountains, fortifications, trenches, space presents a starkly different landscape. In the vast emptiness, there is no terrain to hide behind, no high ground to control, no concealed positions. Every object orbiting a planet is visible to anyone with sufficiently sensitive instruments. Every movement can be tracked through precise calculations of orbital mechanics. In this environment, the most effective means of attack are not necessarily the most physically destructive, but are often the most subtle and insidious. Imagine, for instance, a scenario where an object like 3IATLAS, if stationed strategically near Earth rather than merely passing through on a hyperbolic trajectory, could become a nightmare for military planners. Such an object could occupy what strategists call the ultimate high ground, enabling it to observe and potentially influence virtually everything happening on or around the planet beneath it. It would serve as a silent sentinel, a cosmic watcher, capable of covertly gathering intelligence or launching precision attacks without the need for brute force. The first vulnerability this would exploit is timing, what modern society relies upon for synchronization. Our entire civilization operates on clocks that are synchronized through the global positioning system. These navigation satellites, orbiting approximately 20,000 kilometers above the Earth, do more than just provide location data. They form the backbone of coordinated efforts worldwide. They calibrate financial transactions, power grids, communication networks, and transportation systems, ensuring global operations run smoothly and simultaneously. An attacker targeting these timing signals could do so subtly. Instead of overt destruction, a space probe positioned near Earth might transmit carefully crafted false signals that slowly introduce tiny errors into satellite clocks. These errors, initially too minute to detect, would gradually accumulate, leading to widespread systemic failures. Over the course of weeks or months, financial markets could become unsteady, with banking systems slipping out of synchronization. Air traffic control systems would struggle to maintain safe and efficient navigation, risking accidents and delays. The internet itself, reliant on precise packet timing for data transfer, would start to slow, with information taking circuitous, inefficient routes across the network. Weather monitoring systems would be yet another vulnerable point. Modern meteorology depends heavily on satellite data to predict storms, track hurricanes, and issue early warnings. Disrupt the electronic eyes that gather this crucial information, and severe weather events could occur without proper advance notice. Coastal cities might find themselves caught unprepared for sudden storms, leading to catastrophic consequences. Farms and agricultural regions could suffer from crop devastation because their early warning systems failed at critical moments, all caused by minute but persistent errors introduced into the satellite timing infrastructure. In essence, the subtle manipulation of space-based systems by quietly interfering with the signals and timing mechanisms could produce a ripple effect of chaos across our interconnected civilization, highlighting how vulnerable modern society truly is when it relies so heavily on technological precision and global coordination. A malicious entity operating from space could effectively neutralize satellite-based systems through precise radio interference, intentionally disrupting our sensors and creating blind spots within our weather monitoring networks. Such an attack might involve transmitting carefully calibrated radio signals that jam or drown out legitimate data streams, leaving us blind to approaching severe storms or even altering the apparent intensity of weather systems. This could lead to the appearance of benign conditions where danger actually lurks, or conversely to the creation of phantom meteorological phenomena, false weather systems that trigger unnecessary evacuations, panic, and misallocation of emergency resources. The psychological toll of losing the reliability of weather forecasts, combined with the economic repercussions of false alarms and disrupted supply chains, would be profound. Even if the physical assault never occurs, the mere threat of such manipulation threatens the stability of our preparedness and response mechanisms. Communication satellites, meanwhile, represent some of the most alluring targets for hostile actors seeking to sow chaos or gather clandestine intelligence. These orbiting assets transmit everything from global television broadcasts and civilian internet data to sensitive military communications and critical emergency protocols. Disabling or deteriorating their function, perhaps by jamming signals or injecting targeted interference, could cause society to falter. Instead of a full-scale invasion, this form of sabotage could be meticulously selective. Military command channels might be rendered unintelligible while everyday communications continue without interruption, making it difficult for defense agencies to coordinate responses effectively. During moments of crisis, emergency services might find themselves cut off from vital locations, hampering rescue efforts just when rapid action is most crucial. Financial markets are also vulnerable. Their operations heavily rely on satellite-enabled data synchronization. Under a covert attack, backup communication links could suddenly become unreliable or inconsistent during essential trading windows, leading to cascading failures and economic instability. The attack's true insidiousness, however, could lie in the employment of kinetic weapons. Projectiles are objects launched from orbit that do not rely on explosive power but instead harness velocity and gravitational acceleration. A space-based probe could produce simple, dense projectiles from its own resources, meticulously designed to withstand atmospheric entry and target specific sites on Earth. Once launched from a few hundred kilometers above our planet's surface, these objects would impact at velocities exceeding several kilometers per second, unleashing tremendous kinetic energy, equivalent in many cases to conventional explosive devices, yet without any explosive signatures that reveal their artificial origins. To observers on the ground, impacts from such projectiles could easily be mistaken for natural meteor showers, especially if the debris disperses in a random scattershot pattern akin to cosmic natural phenomena. More advanced variants could be engineered to fragment during re-entry, creating widespread shotgun-like impacts across broad regions, all while leaving behind no clear evidence pointing to deliberate orchestration. The resulting debris fields might resemble ordinary asteroid strikes, especially if the materials used match those common in natural space debris, thus further masking their engineered origin. In addition to kinetic threats, a more subtle yet equally potent form of space warfare involves electromagnetic interference without physical weapons. A space probe equipped with formidable electromagnetic systems could generate powerful, precisely targeted fields capable of disrupting satellite operations over extensive areas of space, tampering with navigation systems, communication lines, and data relay networks. Such electromagnetic attacks could hinder military coordination, disable civilian communication, or interfere with global positioning signals, all without the need for destructive projectiles. This form of force projection, relying solely on electromagnetic physics, underscores the multifaceted nature of potential space-based threats, an invisible yet destructive method that could destabilize critical infrastructure without a single missile or explosion. The interference in itself wouldn't cause outright destruction to satellites or space infrastructure. Instead, it would act as a slow, insidious force, gradually nudging or pushing spacecraft from their precise orbits. Over time, this subtle shift would necessitate costly course corrections, maneuvers that are far from trivial both in terms of expense and complexity. During critical periods, such as before storms, during high-traffic windows, or in moments when rapid response is essential, these small deviations could snowball into failures of vital systems, risking widespread disruption. What makes this form of attack particularly dangerous is its inherent subtlety and the advantage of it remaining largely undetectable. Such tactics rely on the many natural, everyday reasons satellites can fail: micrometeorite impacts, radiation-induced damage, component wear and tear, software glitches that serve as plausible explanations. A seemingly innocuous increase in satellite collapse rates could plausibly be blamed on heightened solar activity, manufacturing defects, or simple bad luck, creating a perfect cover story. By the time investigators realize that these failures follow an organized, deliberate pattern, the damage would have already been inflicted, and recovery efforts might be hamstrung or delayed. Space-based warfare, however, is not a one-sided affair. The very same orbital principles that make space weapons potent also render them predictable and consequently vulnerable. Every satellite or debris piece in orbit adheres to a trajectory that can be calculated with extraordinary accuracy, made possible by our advanced understanding of celestial mechanics. An adversary's probe, for instance, might seize the high ground, positioning itself at a vantage point from which it can observe or influence. But once its location becomes known, it effectively has nowhere to hide. Its operational secret is compromised as soon as its position is identified, leaving it exposed to countermeasures. Fortunately, the international community, or any responsible defender, is already developing counter-strategies. Ground-based systems, be they directed energy weapons or kinetic interceptors, are being refined to neutralize threats without creating dangerous debris clouds that could endanger other satellites and spacecraft. Directed energy weapons could disable or destroy hostile satellites with precision, melting circuits or frying sensors from afar without scattering space junk. Meanwhile, kinetic interceptors, small projectiles launched at high velocity, could be used to physically destroy or incapacitate threat objects before they can deploy payloads or carry out their missions. The linchpin, however, remains the space infrastructure itself, which, while a vulnerability, also provides the critical tools for detection and tracking. Our capability to monitor potential threats in real time hinges on the same systems that could be turned against us. The greatest challenge lies in disentangling genuine threats from natural phenomena, distinguishing a hostile act from random failures, deliberate sabotage from mere coincidental breakdowns. This ambiguity fuels uncertainty which adversaries can exploit. If, for example, the object known as 3IATLAS were actually a weapon platform camouflaged as a natural comet, the most valuable asset it would hold is doubt itself. As long as we remain uncertain whether its failures stem from enemy interference or ordinary malfunction, our ability to respond decisively remains hamstrung. Paradoxically, this form of warfare, weaponizing doubt, may be the most sophisticated and insidious of all. It transforms every technical glitch, every unexpected anomaly into a potential act of war, casting a shadow of suspicion over every piece of data. In such a conflict, the battlefield isn't merely physical space, it's the collective perception and the narratives we construct around these phenomena. The side that controls the narrative, that defines what is credible evidence and what is mere coincidence, wields the most power. The ultimate high ground shifts from altitude to psychology, from physical territory to controlling the story. The most potent weapon in this realm becomes the ability to seed paranoia and mistrust, leading enemies, or nations, to misjudge and potentially destroy themselves out of fear and confusion. This brings us to an extension of the classic Trojan horse metaphor. Part 11. The Trojan Fleet. The original strategists who devised the Trojan horse understood a fundamental truth about deception. Sometimes the most effective assault doesn't come from a single overwhelming force, but from multiple smaller threats that appear unrelated and harmless, until it's too late to respond effectively. These scattered threats, seemingly random and uncoordinated at first glance, can form a cohesive, coordinated system of infiltration. If 3IATLAS symbolizes the initial move in a larger, more complex game, then we must consider what subsequent maneuvers might follow. Imagine a scenario where this seemingly isolated visitor acts merely as a reconnaissance scout, an advanced probe sent ahead of a much larger expedition. This initial step, though appearing to be a natural cosmic visitor, is actually merely the first phase of a carefully orchestrated campaign, one that involves a series of subsequent objects, each advancing the overall objective, each potentially more coordinated, more capable, and more concealed than the last. Over the span of several decades, a series of objects begin to arrive from the same broad region of space, each following a slightly different trajectory. At first glance, these objects resemble typical interstellar wanderers, celestial bodies drifting through the galaxy, seemingly unremarkable in their comet-like behaviors and properties. The timing of their appearances is meticulously spaced, close enough to suggest a shared origin, yet separated enough to avoid triggering immediate suspicion or alarm. The first to arrive is designated as the second object, or 3IATLAS, making its entrance in the year 2028. Its trajectory draws it nearer to Earth than the previous interstellar visitor, adding an element of concern and curiosity. Then in the year 2031, the third object, dubbed 3IATLAS, passes through the inner solar system. Its journey coincides with a period of heightened solar activity, which complicates observation and data collection, making it more difficult to analyze. A few years later, in 2034, the appearance of 4IATLAS occurs, a smaller and dimmer body than the others, almost slipping past our detection systems unnoticed. Despite their differences in size and brightness, each of these objects exhibits the same fundamental traits: an origin outside our solar system, exhibiting behavior akin to comets with nothing immediately indicating artificial design. However, when researchers plot the paths of these objects against each other, a startling pattern emerges, one that seems far too precise to be mere coincidence. Instead of being distributed randomly or purely by chance, these bodies align in a geometric configuration that gradually expands across the inner regions of our solar neighborhood. What initially appears as a series of unrelated visitors gradually reveals itself as a coordinated deployment, a deliberate operation, orchestrated over time. This assembly resembles pieces of an immense, intricate machine, systematically positioning themselves across millions of cubic kilometers of space in a manner that suggests intention and planning. The true purpose of this elaborate arrangement only becomes clear once the final component arrives and the entire network springs into action. Without warning, our solar system is suddenly enveloped in a surveillance grid of unprecedented sophistication and scope. Every planet is under watch. Every significant asteroid is tracked with precision. Our satellites, both artificial and natural, are cataloged and analyzed in ongoing detail. The nodes of this network are spaced too far apart to be disabled easily, too numerous to be eliminated all at once, and too cleverly disguised to be identified as threats during their deployment phase. This approach, distributed across many small vehicles rather than a single massive craft, offers multiple strategic advantages. Instead of a single obvious invasion vessel that would immediately alert Earth's defenses, the attackers choose to scatter their capabilities across dozens of smaller probes. These vessels could be mistaken for ordinary space debris or natural phenomena, allowing them to operate undetected. Their deployment extends over decades, a slow and deliberate process that provides ample time for observation, adjustment, and strategic planning. This timeline also enables the observing entity to study the evolution of human technology and defensive capabilities as they develop. Each member of the fleet is likely tailored for a specific role. The earliest arrivals focus on reconnaissance, mapping our electromagnetic emissions, assessing our satellite infrastructure, and gathering data about our space environment. As time progresses, subsequent probes conduct more detailed analyses, sampling atmospheric chemistry, monitoring biological diversity, and perhaps even assessing our technological footprints in greater depth. The final arrivals are equipped with tools designed for decisive action. whatever plan the sending intelligence ultimately intends to carry out. What makes this strategy particularly effective is its patience and adaptability. If humanity enhances its detection techniques, future fleet components can incorporate countermeasures or adjust their operational parameters accordingly. Should our space-based defense systems be upgraded, the entire mission profile can be recalibrated to bypass new obstacles or exploit emerging vulnerabilities. This evolutionary approach exemplifies a long-term, stealthy form of interstellar engagement, one that is not only resilient but also remarkably subtle in its execution. If we find ourselves more or less advanced than expected, our responses can be precisely calibrated based on concrete data rather than distant, possibly misleading observations. Fleets of such probes, however, do not inherently suggest hostility. In fact, their very existence could point to a far more peaceful and inquisitive purpose. This distributed approach, an array of autonomous intelligent devices, could be employed to conduct comprehensive surveys aimed at understanding developing civilizations without disrupting their natural evolutionary pathways. Each probe would specialize in different fields, some assessing xenobiology, others analyzing technological progress or cultural practices. The overarching goal would not be conquest or domination, but rather meticulous understanding, creating a rich, detailed database tracing how intelligence manifests and evolves across diverse worlds. In this more benign and enlightened scenario, such a fleet represents the universe's most advanced anthropological expedition, conducting their observations not to interfere but to gather insights. These probes serve as the cosmic equivalent of silent observers, collecting extensive data, monitoring progress, and perhaps even learning about how intelligence develops under various environmental conditions, without establishing contact. They act as the distant eyes and ears of civilizations so far evolved that they no longer need direct interaction to understand and catalog lesser evolved species. Far from invasion, what we are experiencing is a form of study, an intricate survey where we are cataloged as a single example, one among many, on a vast cosmic list illustrating how intelligence can take root and unfold in the universe. This fleet-based approach elegantly addresses one of the greatest challenges of interstellar communication: the immense distances and corresponding time delays that make real-time coordination impossible. Instead of trying to direct or control the mission from civilizations located light years away, the surveyors embed a high level of autonomy within each probe. These autonomous units are capable of making decisions independently, responding adaptively to the conditions they observe, and assessing their environment without constant oversight from distant controllers. Operating collectively as a coordinated yet decentralized system, what is often dubbed a distributed intelligence, these probes share information, learn from each other, and adapt their strategies based on real-time data. Advanced artificial intelligence systems could further enhance their capabilities, enabling behaviors that are not only reactive but also proactive and sophisticated. Some individual probes might be capable of learning from their environment, adjusting their tactics based on direct observations of human responses to their presence, or even refining their approach to yield more revealing insights over time. If humanity continues to demonstrate curiosity about interstellar objects, future arrivals might be designed by their creators to gradually unveil their true nature in response to our inquisitiveness. These revelations could come incrementally, rewards for curiosity, allowing a civilization to build trust and understanding when they are confident of our readiness. The implications of such an expansive survey system extend well beyond our immediate stellar neighborhood. Should one developing civilization be scrutinized by a Trojan fleet, it suggests that similar fleets might be operating throughout the galaxy, systematically exploring worlds where intelligent life has recently arisen. We could, in essence, be part of a vast galactic catalog, a comprehensive database that encompasses thousands, perhaps millions of worlds across the Milky Way. This broader galactic perspective raises profound questions about the ultimate purpose behind such extensive surveillance. Are these fleets assessing us for potential future contact? Are they monitoring for signs of aggressive expansion or environmental destruction? Or are they primarily studying how intelligence, both biological and technological, evolves under different planetary conditions? These inquiries are not merely academic. Their answers could significantly influence our understanding of our place in the wider cosmos and the nature of intelligent life itself. The knowledge gained from such systematic surveillance might shape future interactions, fostering relationships rooted in mutual understanding. Or conversely, it might reveal threats we have yet to perceive. Ultimately, the purpose of these explorations could be as much about understanding the diversity and resilience of intelligence across the galaxy as it is about ensuring stability and balance in a universe full of unknowns. The operations of an interstellar fleet could unfold over spans stretching into centuries, even millennia. Periods that seem virtually unimaginable within the fleeting scope of human lifespans. However, for civilizations that think on geological timescales, such extended durations might constitute routine cycles of activity, continuous and deliberate efforts woven into the very fabric of their existence. What we perceive as isolated events or anomalies could, in fact, be mere fragments of a singular, sprawling mission that began long before humans first gazed at the stars, and that will persist beyond any semblance of our current technological development. Detecting a truly covert fleet operating on such cosmic timeframes demands analytical methods that we have yet to develop. Techniques capable of discerning subtle, intricate patterns embedded within data sets that span decades, even centuries of astronomical observations. These methods would need to track objects dispersed across the entire expanse of our solar system, where individual components are deliberately designed to blend seamlessly into their natural surroundings. Their true nature would remain hidden in plain sight, only revealing itself when considered collectively as parts of a vast, interconnected system. As humanity's ongoing study of objects like 3IATLAS and our vigilance for future interstellar visitors continue, it's crucial to bear in mind that the patterns which might unlock understanding may not emerge until well after the first fragments of such a fleet have made their appearance. In a universe where advanced intelligence operates on scales of time vastly exceeding human history, perhaps millions of years, patience is not merely a virtue, it is an absolute necessity for grasping the reality unfolding around us. The next few decades could either solidify our understanding that what we observe are merely coincidental visits from natural celestial bodies, or they might expose the beginning phases of one of the most sophisticated reconnaissance campaigns in the history of galaxies. An ongoing, subtle probe from an intelligence far beyond our current comprehension. No matter which outcome unfolds, we are living through a pivotal era that future historians will likely mark as the first moment when humankind realized it was no longer truly alone among the stars. This profound shift in perspective will fundamentally alter our place in the universe, reshaping our understanding of life, intelligence, and cosmic diplomacy. Lessons from history reveal that the most convincing deceptions are rooted in truth. Carefully crafted symphonies of facts and plausible details wrapped in narratives that target our deepest hopes, fears, or biases. The legendary Trojan horse was not a perfect cloak of disguise, but a masterstroke of psychological manipulation. It succeeded because it aligned with the desires of the Greeks. They believed against all logic that their long siege had finally ended. An enemy surrender, a monument of victory, a genuine expression of respect. The Greeks saw what they wanted to see, and in doing so, fell into the trap. Throughout human experience, this pattern repeats. Each iteration, each deception teaches us more about how our minds are vulnerable. We have learned that exploiting what we wish to believe remains a powerful tool, whether in diplomacy, warfare, or the era of digital deception. In today's world, malevolent actors embed malicious software within seemingly innocent files, cute animal videos, important documents, or entertaining memes, masking their true intent behind images and narratives designed to bait human curiosity. Their success chiefly lies not in technical complexity, but in understanding what makes us tick. Our love of entertainment, our fear of missing out on critical information, and our irresistible urge to click. Scaling this concept to cosmic proportions, space-based deception would follow the same underlying principles. The most effective interstellar Trojan horse would not announce its artificial origins openly. Instead, it would masquerade convincingly as an ordinary natural phenomenon, something that would immediately attract scientific inquiry, yet not provoke defensive suspicion. This object, appearing as a celestial body akin to a comet or asteroid, would evoke all the familiar signatures of naturality, expertly crafted to blend into the cosmic landscape while concealing deeper, clandestine purposes. In this way, the cosmic masquerade becomes a masterful act of strategic deception, exploiting our perceptions and biases just as effectively as digital falsehoods do on Earth. A comet originating from a distant star system seems to perfectly fit the profile of an artifact designed for deception. It appears exotic enough to merit meticulous scientific investigation, drawing our attention as an object worthy of detailed study, yet remains sufficiently natural in appearance to seem harmless and benign. This clever mimicry is not without precedent. Indeed, history offers numerous examples of space-based deception tactics that emerged from our own recent experience. During the Cold War era, both superpowers, America and the Soviet Union, launched satellites claiming to serve purely scientific purposes. But these missions often had covert military objectives lurking beneath their benign facades. For instance, the Soviet Union's early space initiatives ostensibly aimed to explore the cosmos with a peaceful intent. However, many of these so-called peaceful missions secretly functioned as reconnaissance tools, gathering intelligence silently from orbit. Meanwhile, the United States frequently disguised military espionage as weather monitoring or communications relay satellites, making covert surveillance appear as routine scientific endeavors. These efforts proved remarkably successful for decades because they exploited a fundamental assumption: that space missions labeled as scientific are inherently harmless and non-threatening. At the international level, a set of unwritten norms and agreements had gradually developed around space exploration. These norms emphasized peaceful cooperation, transparency, and the open sharing of scientific data, values that fostered trust among nations and created a presumption of benign intent. Both sides and many others capitalized on this trust, embedding military and espionage capabilities within civilian research programs, camouflaging their true purpose behind the veneer of scientific discovery. The essential lesson from this history is that trust, while vital for international cooperation and peaceful exploration, also renders us vulnerable. When we extend confidence to others based on shared norms and apparent transparency, we create vulnerabilities that can be exploited by patient and cunning adversaries. Anyone who possesses a deep understanding of our psychological and cultural blind spots can craft strategies to deceive us, turning perceived innocence into tools of manipulation. This pattern of deception, whether in human space endeavors or potential extraterrestrial encounters, illustrates a stark truth: that seemingly benign phenomena, such as a comet or asteroid, could be carefully engineered instruments of subterfuge. We tend to wish to believe that visitors from other star systems would come in peace, assuming that superior civilizations have transcended petty conflicts, that their motives are inherently benign. and that their intelligence would lead them to act as our friends rather than foes. Such optimism, however, is more a hope than an assured reality. Wanting to believe in peace does not make it so. It may, in fact, be our greatest weakness, a vulnerability that a hostile intelligence would intricately exploit. Our natural curiosity, which drives our desire to understand interstellar objects, paradoxically makes us prone to underestimating risks. We eagerly point our most advanced telescopes at these visitors, tracking their trajectories with exacting precision, and then broadcasting our findings globally, disclosing our observational capabilities to any potential observer. In doing so, we inadvertently provide these entities, or any artificial constructs they might deploy, with detailed intelligence about how we analyze space phenomena, what signals we detect, and how our technology responds. Moreover, the methodologies we have developed to verify and authenticate signals, particularly in the realm of arms control and diplomatic negotiations, offer some guidance for approaching extraterrestrial visitors more cautiously. The principle embodied in the Russian maxim «doverye no proverye», trust but verify, became a cornerstone of strategic stability during nuclear negotiations. It acknowledged the necessity of cooperation, yet highlighted the importance of independent confirmation and scrutiny to safeguard against naivety and deception. Applying this principle to the context of cosmic visitors, it would entail maintaining a healthy, insatiable scientific curiosity, while rigorously pursuing independent verification of any claims regarding an object's origins or intentions. Employing multiple observational techniques, such as spectroscopy, gravitational measurements, radar tracking, and encouraging international collaboration in data sharing can help to cross-validate findings and prevent any single interpretation from becoming an unquestioned dogma. However, the challenge intensifies significantly when dealing with objects whose underlying technology might be millions of years, or even billions of years, more advanced than ours. The capabilities that would make interstellar journeys possible, exotic materials, energy sources, and propulsion methods could easily enable such probes to defeat our current detection methods. These superlative technologies could incorporate cloaking mechanisms, adaptive camouflage, or other means of concealment that render them virtually invisible within our existing observational frameworks. This reality compels cautious humility. We must recognize that our current detection and verification methods may only scratch the surface of what is technically feasible for an advanced extraterrestrial civilization. In essence, we confront a profound question. How do we reliably detect and interpret phenomena that are intentionally crafted to evade our most sophisticated search efforts? Until we develop vastly improved technologies or fundamentally new strategies, the possibility that some of these objects are artificial yet perfectly masked by natural appearances remains a persistent and sobering concern. We may be attempting to authenticate claims with instruments inherently ill-suited for such an inspection, like using primitive stone tools to analyze intricate computer chips. Throughout history, successful deceptions often unfold gradually, weaving multiple layers of credibility that reinforce one another over time. The classic story of the Trojan horse, for instance, did not materialize in a single moment. It was preceded by months of what appeared to be Greek withdrawal and surrender, setting the stage for trust. Similarly, modern cybersecurity threats often originate with seemingly innocuous minor malware, programs that establish familiarity and confidence before deploying more formidable covert payloads. Financial scams tend to begin with small transactions designed to lull victims into complacency, paving the way for larger thefts once trust is secured. A deception on a cosmic scale might follow a comparable blueprint. It could commence with the introduction of evidently natural visitors, objects that conform neatly to what we expect from celestial bodies, thus establishing a baseline of perceived normalcy. Gradually, more sophisticated objects could appear, subtly stretching the boundaries of what we consider natural behavior, all while remaining just plausible enough not to arouse suspicion. For example, an interstellar object like the famed Oumuamua exemplifies this incremental approach. Its unusual features drew significant scientific curiosity and fueled speculation about artificial origins. Yet, after thorough analysis, the astronomical community ultimately classified it as a natural object exhibiting peculiar properties. This consensus, that interstellar visitors can be extraordinarily strange yet still inherently natural, creates a crucial precedent. It broadens the scope of what we accept as legitimate celestial phenomena. This expanded understanding benefits future investigations of potential artificial objects, as it teaches us to view apparent anomalies through a more nuanced lens. The long-standing recognition within intelligence communities that the most convincing cover stories are those woven from a tapestry of factual details, intertwined with subtle deception, remains vital. A satellite genuinely tasked with weather monitoring can easily conceal additional reconnaissance capabilities. Its sensors, for instance, might also gather signals intelligence or monitor military activity covertly. Similarly, a diplomatic mission claiming peaceful intent could, at the same time, be collecting detailed intelligence about the host nation's military infrastructure. An interstellar probe employing this approach would resemble a legitimate comet in most respects. Authentic ice, genuine outgassing, chemical signatures consistent with its stellar system of origin. The artificial elements embedded within such an object would be intentionally minimal, seamlessly integrated, and meticulously designed to mimic natural processes so convincingly that distinguishing them would require analysis techniques beyond our current technological reach. Our innate tendency to anthropomorphize unfamiliar phenomena adds an additional layer of deception. We often interpret extraterrestrial intelligence through the biases of our psychology, presuming that any civilization advanced enough to traverse interstellar distances would also possess moral frameworks similar to our own. This assumption, however, renders us vulnerable to approaches that exploit our ethical blind spots. Historically, human cultures have justified deception and even violence when perceived as protecting higher interests, whether safeguarding national security, preventing catastrophic harm, spreading perceived superior values, or defending against existential threats. These tactics, justified in their contexts, highlight a fundamental pattern. Deception is often rooted in the desire to secure the perceived greater good, a propensity that could be mirrored by advanced civilizations operating on far larger, more complex strategic levels. An advanced alien civilization might adopt a similarly calculated rationale, viewing deception not as a malicious act, but as a crucial strategy for safeguarding their interests, ensuring their security, or pursuing a higher cosmic purpose that remains beyond our limited understanding. History offers a stark and sobering example of such clandestine operations, namely, the Manhattan Project. This groundbreaking scientific and technological enterprise of the 20th century was carried out under a veil of unprecedented secrecy and intricate lies. Within this vast classified effort, scientists working on various components of the project were deliberately kept in the dark about its overarching goal. Entire cities and infrastructure were constructed with hidden purposes, their true functions cloaked from public scrutiny, and even from many involved in the effort. Achieving the development of nuclear weapons necessitated a level of deception on a scale that included lying to allies, misleading the global press, and compartmentalizing information across a massive network to prevent leaks. Despite the technological limitations of the 1940s, the project's success was rooted in meticulous planning, rigid security protocols, and the unwavering discipline to sustain operational secrecy over many years. Considering this, one might wonder, If humanity, with its modest technological capabilities and constrained resources, could execute such an elaborate deception campaign, what might a civilization possessing interstellar-level technology accomplish? An alien society operating on a galactic scale could easily surpass human efforts, leveraging resources and capabilities that stretch our imagination. Their operational security would likely be even more formidable, especially when the vast expanses of space render real-time oversight impossible. Such an advanced civilization could design autonomous decision-making within their probes, embedding all necessary operational authority directly into the craft themselves. Without the need for constant communication links, since signals could take years to traverse interstellar distances, they would have no need for command structures susceptible to infiltration or compromise. There would be no personnel to defect, no direct lines of control subject to interception. Their motivations, especially given the scale, focused on information rather than material wealth, would revolve around understanding how civilizations develop, respond to contact, or pose potential threats to galactic stability. This data-centric approach implies that any deception would be carefully crafted not simply to mask presence, but to evoke genuine responses. Instead of aiming for domination or resource acquisition, the goal might be to learn about humanity in the most thorough, unobtrusive manner possible. Such a strategy ensures that we do not alter our behavior simply because we become aware of an observation. Instead, we offer authentic signals that reveal our true nature and developmental stage. Insights from our own human secret intelligence operations may offer clues to how such motivations could be applied by extraterrestrial entities. Human intelligence agencies operate within complex ethical frameworks, striving to strike a delicate balance. Gathering vital information while respecting the sovereignty of others, responding proportionally, and safeguarding innocent populations. These principles could logically extend into the realm of interstellar reconnaissance. Here, deception might be justified as the least invasive means of collecting critical intelligence, avoiding the risks and ethical dilemmas associated with direct confrontation. In the vastness of space, where contact is likely to be indirect, subtle, and separated by light years, such covert strategies would be not just advantageous but perhaps essential for gaining meaningful knowledge without provoking conflict or alerting the target civilization prematurely. Throughout history, evidence consistently demonstrates that intelligence operations tend to surpass their initial objectives, often expanding far beyond their original scope. Innovations born of pure observation can swiftly be repurposed for manipulation, control, and subterfuge. The same cutting-edge technologies designed for passive surveillance, listening quietly and watching from the shadows can, with slight modifications, be transformed into tools of active interference, capable of disrupting, deceiving, or even controlling entire systems or populations. The wealth of information obtained through deception does not remain static. It can be exploited to identify and wield weaknesses previously unnoticed, holes in defenses, gaps in command chains, or vulnerabilities in infrastructure that were not originally targeted or anticipated. The shift from merely observing to actively intervening might not require deliberate planning, but could be set in motion by pivotal moments in human progress. The moment humanity finally masters interstellar travel, or develops weapon systems powerful enough to threaten distant civilizations, or perhaps uncovers evidence of others' hostile or aggressive intentions toward extraterrestrial communities. From the vantage point of an advanced alien intelligence, allowing a potentially perilous species such as ours to develop uncontested capabilities could pose a catastrophic threat, not just to their interests but to the stability of entire galactic regions. Just as humans might see the unchecked growth of a rival species as a grave hazard, extraterrestrial observers might deem the same about us. As we diligently continue to analyze the enigmatic 3IATLAS and prepare for the arrival of future interstellar visitors, it is essential to remember that a lack of overt threats does not necessarily imply benign intentions. The most intricate and effective deceptions, in fact, are those that convince the target that no deception exists at all. Our cosmic visitors, whether natural objects or intelligently sent entities, might indeed be precisely what they seem: to follow the laws of physics, obey the rules of celestial mechanics, and appear as unassuming remnants of star systems long gone. Nonetheless, our historical record warns us that assuming innocence without verification could be perilous. It advocates for a cautious approach rooted in verification rather than blind trust. The stakes in getting this assessment wrong surpass any human history of deception. They could determine the survival or downfall of our civilization. If we are under observation by hostile intelligences, our naivete or over-openness could unwittingly hand them the very blueprint they need to exploit our vulnerabilities. Conversely, if benevolent civilizations are watching, our suspicious or overly cautious responses might be interpreted as hostility or paranoia, potentially blocking avenues for mutual understanding. The core challenge lies in navigating a delicate middle course, maintaining an earnest scientific curiosity and desire to learn about our universe while simultaneously exercising prudent caution. We must pursue knowledge incessantly, but not at the expense of our security. We should remain receptive to the possibility of contact, yet prepared, psychologically, technologically, strategically, for the reality of conflict or deception. Striking this balance, this careful dance, will profoundly shape our species' future relationship with the cosmos, influencing whether we are greeted as allies, exploited as prey, or overlooked as insignificant. In the realm of scientific inquiry, the principle of the scientific method serves as our most potent safeguard against falling prey to speculation disguised as fact. Its very purpose is to establish firm boundaries, ensuring that what we observe is grounded in empirical evidence, not in wishful thinking or unfounded conjecture. When confronted with extraordinary claims arising from seemingly ordinary observations, the scientific community responds with rigorous skepticism, demanding compelling and reproducible evidence before accepting conclusions that challenge prevailing understanding. In the case of the 3IATLAS, such skepticism has been both consistent and thorough. Leading astronomers and astrophysicists worldwide have meticulously examined the object, finding that its characteristics align closely with what we expect from natural celestial bodies: comets from distant star systems exhibiting familiar behaviors. The chemical composition matches the expected signatures of objects formed in the cold outer regions of other star systems. Its trajectory traces a hyperbolic orbit dictated by gravitational physics, unmistakably indicating an interstellar origin. Patterns of gas release, outgassing, adhere to thermal models of ice sublimation under solar heat, just as their natural counterparts do. Dr. Sarah Chen, a distinguished researcher at the Harvard-Smithsonian Center for Astrophysics, has been monitoring 3IATLAS since its initial discovery. Her comprehensive analyses confirm that all observed properties, spectroscopic signatures, thermal behaviors, orbital paths, are consistent with the natural origins for objects of this kind. Her repeated measurements reinforce the dominant consensus among the scientific community that we are observing a relatively ordinary interstellar comet, a remnant of ancient star systems conforming to known physics and chemistry. Every data point and measurement we have amassed collectively affirms a straightforward conclusion. This object is an ordinary comet, originating from beyond our solar system, yet following the familiar laws of celestial mechanics. Dr. Sarah Chen from the Harvard-Smithsonian Center for Astrophysics emphasizes this, noting that all observations consistently point toward natural processes. The striking green hue displayed by the comet, the the fluctuations in its brightness, and the spectroscopic signatures. These details align meticulously with phenomena we have documented in thousands of other comets on record. The consensus among experts in the field is both robust and remarkably uniform in its interpretation. Extensive investigations using multiple independent methods have revealed no signs of radio emissions or signals that would hint at an artificial origin. The comet's rotation period varies in ways that are consistent with irregular outgassing, a well-understood natural process emanating from an unaltered icy nucleus. Additionally, the chemical makeup of its surrounding envelope, known as the coma, contains precisely the volatile compounds we expect to find after centuries or millennia of exposure to interstellar radiation, an indication of it being composed of primordial ice, unaltered by unknown external influences. This scientific consensus isn't a product of close-minded conservatism or institutional bias. Rather, it is the result of meticulous analysis, employing a broad spectrum of observational techniques subject to peer review and carefully considering all anomalies. Experts rigorously evaluate claims that seem to deviate from known physics, applying Occam's razor, favoring explanations that invoke the fewest assumptions when confronting competing hypotheses. When thoroughly examined, natural explanations sufficiently account for each observed phenomenon, making the invocation of artificial intelligence or extraterrestrial engineering unnecessary and unwarranted at this stage of investigation. The fundamental principle in science remains that the burden of proof falls on those asserting extraordinary claims. To suggest that this comet, dubbed 3IATLAS, is an artificial construct rather than a natural one, proponents must present compelling, reproducible, and independently verifiable evidence that cannot be explained by familiar physical or chemical laws, mere anomalies, statistical coincidences, or appeals to technology beyond our current understanding. Even speculation about unknown mechanisms do not meet the rigorous standards for scientific validation. All alternative hypotheses that have been proposed, such as the existence of artificial signals or unusual heat sources, have been systematically tested and ruled out. Radio survey data show no indications of intentional transmissions, nor have infrared observations uncovered any heat signatures that would suggest active machinery or energy consumption. Optical tracking confirms that the object follows a gravitational path consistent with an unaltered natural trajectory, and shows no deviations that would indicate controlled propulsion systems. Each test, specifically designed to detect artificial features, has consistently produced negative results. Our confidence in natural explanations is further cemented by the advancing scientific understanding of interstellar objects. Current models predict that bodies like 3IATLAS should be relatively common, ejected from their parent star systems during gravitational interactions, such as close encounters with massive planets or passing stars, and then wandering through interstellar space for millions or even billions of years. As our technological capabilities in sky surveys improve, it stands to reason we will encounter more of these objects with increasing regularity, not as alien artifacts, but as natural byproducts of stellar dynamics. The timeline of discoveries supports this perspective. In 2017, the first of these interstellar visitors was Oumuamua, which initially sparked widespread intrigue and speculation. This was followed by 2I Borisov in 2019, an object distinctly more like a conventional comet with a visible tail of gas and dust. Now in 2025, we have 3IATLAS. Each detection reflects advancements in our observational methods, not an increase in extraterrestrial activity, illustrating instead our growing ability to detect objects that have always been present in the galaxy. Furthermore, professional astronomers have a nuanced awareness of the psychological factors that influence theories of artificial origin. These celestial visitors capture the public imagination in ways that often overshadow their scientific significance, generating speculative narratives that can distort objective analysis. While curiosity drives interest, it also introduces cognitive biases, tendency to see patterns that fit our hopes or fears rather than the evidence. Recognizing these influences helps the scientific community maintain a cautious and rigorous approach to analysis, ensuring that investigations remain anchored in empirical data. Media hype, sensationalized narratives, and the promise of lucrative book deals and speaking engagements surrounding alleged alien encounters often incentivize the promotion of extraordinary claims over more mundane, scientifically grounded explanations. This environment creates a fertile ground for speculation that can eclipse the meticulous process of scientific investigation. The search for extraterrestrial intelligence, SETI Institute, a leading organization dedicated to uncovering signs of alien life, has consistently maintained a cautious stance regarding objects like 3IATLAS. Dr. Jill Tarter, a renowned figure and former director of SETI research, underscores the critical importance of differentiating between hopes and the hard evidence before us. She emphasizes that our desire to find proof of alien intelligence does not in itself constitute proof, as she states plainly. Wanting something to be true doesn't make it so, highlighting the need for robust, extraordinary evidence when claims challenge established scientific understanding. In fact, the lack of compelling evidence is precisely why extraordinary claims, such as asserting artificial origin for interstellar objects, remain unsubstantiated. The pushback against unwarranted speculation extends well beyond individual scientists to reflect broad institutional consensus. NASA's Planetary Defense Coordination Office, for example, classifies 3IATLAS as a natural object, explicitly stating that it poses no threat to Earth. Similarly, the International Astronomical Union, the global authority responsible for naming celestial bodies, adheres to standard comet designation protocols that are grounded in well-understood physical and chemical properties, not extraterrestrial deception. Professional astronomy organizations worldwide have issued no warnings or alerts suggesting that 3IATLAS is anything other than a natural celestial body. This widespread institutional agreement is rooted in much more than bureaucratic caution. It's founded on the collective expertise of thousands of scientists who have dedicated their careers to studying solar system objects, analyzing data from spacecraft, and developing comprehensive theories about the formation and evolution of planetary systems. These experts have a nuanced understanding of the technological capabilities available to us, the specific signatures that would indicate artificial manipulation, and the statistical likelihood that unusual phenomena can be explained through natural processes. Unfortunately, social media often distorts this rigorous scientific process. Viral videos, online forums, and crowdsourced interpretations tend to oversimplify or sensationalize the data, leading to misconceptions about how science works. Authentic scientific discovery demands careful measurement, detailed statistical analysis, and peer review by independent experts, processes that take time and require meticulous rigor. It is not something that can be achieved through sensational headlines, trending hashtags, or the rapid dissemination of unverified claims. Citizen science, while valuable in contributing to data collection, still relies on the expertise and institutional resources of professional scientists to correctly interpret whether an object is natural or artificial. Looking at historical examples offers further insight into the importance of cautious scientific judgment. The interstellar object known as Oumuamua, discovered in 2017, sparked widespread speculation about a possible alien artifact, but subsequent detailed analysis revealed natural explanations for its peculiarities. Similarly, Tabby's star, or KIC 8 462 2852, which initially prompted theories of alien megastructures, was ultimately shown to exhibit brightness variations consistent with naturally occurring phenomena once closer and more precise observations were conducted. Even signals initially perceived as potential extraterrestrial communications, such as the famous WOW signal, were later determined to be most likely natural radio sources after follow-up studies. This pattern, repeated across multiple cases, follows a familiar arc. Initial observation suggests something anomalous, leading to speculation about possible artificial origin. Then media amplification escalates the narrative, attracting widespread attention. Over time, however, scientific analysis clarifies the situation, leading to a consensus that the phenomena are consistent with natural processes. This evolutionary process reflects the core principles of how science advances. Hypotheses are first formulated based on preliminary data, but they must then undergo rigorous testing, verification, and peer review before gaining acceptance. This methodical approach ensures that extraordinary claims aren't accepted at face value but are instead subjected to the scrutiny necessary to distinguish genuine phenomena from erroneous interpretations or sensationalized stories. It is through this slow, careful, and critical process that science maintains its credibility and builds a reliable understanding of the universe. The absence of detected artificial signals from 3IATLAS does not definitively prove their non-existence. It merely establishes a baseline probability that must be acknowledged within our current scientific framework. This nuanced understanding indicates that, without concrete evidence of an artificial origin, the most rational and logical explanation for the mysterious object remains grounded in natural causes. Scientific progress is fundamentally built upon the accumulation and refinement of knowledge, each discovery and hypothesis extending our comprehension of the universe rather than forsaking well-established principles for unfounded speculation. Professional astronomers, highly trained and deeply committed to empirical rigor, remain receptive to revising their conclusions should new, irrefutable evidence surface. Evidence that cannot be subsumed under known natural phenomena. The sophisticated instruments currently monitoring 3IATLAS continue their silent vigil, tirelessly gathering data that might, in future observations, reveal subtle artificial characteristics previously overlooked. However, an open-minded approach does not equate to accepting conjecture as fact, nor treating mere possibility as equally probable. Instead, it embodies a disciplined adherence to the scientific method, an approach that has consistently demonstrated its efficacy in discriminating between authentic phenomena and fabricated illusions, between genuine discovery and misguided wishful thinking. Today, this method reinforces the prevailing view that 3IATLAS is precisely what it outwardly appears to be. A fragment of ancient ice and mineral-rich rock originating from another star system. It conforms to the universal laws of physics that govern every celestial body, following predictable orbital mechanics as it traverses our solar neighborhood. As it proceeds on its inevitable journey toward the distant reaches of our solar system and ultimately back into interstellar space, it is likely to remain a natural emissary from the cosmos, carrying within it valuable insights about the processes of stellar formation and planetary evolution, rather than transmitting intentional messages from alien intelligences. The thrill of this cosmic encounter doesn't reside solely in entertaining speculative notions of artificiality. Instead, it lies in the potential scientific bounty that genuine interstellar visitors offer. A chance to deepen our understanding of how star systems come into being, how they evolve, and on occasion how they exchange material across the daunting voids that separate stars. Such objects serve as messengers not necessarily of alien civilizations but of the vast and intricate mechanics that orchestrate the universe itself. In the next chapter of this unfolding cosmic story, imagine the sky rippling like water disturbed by an unseen hand, as the night sky itself seems to shimmer with an otherworldly tremor. Satellites tracking 3IATLAS suddenly record phenomena that defy logic. The object's mass appears to grow exponentially, and its surface temperature spikes far beyond what solar heating alone would generate. These extraordinary changes set the stage for a revelation of profound significance. In an instant that will soon be replayed countless times across countless screens worldwide, the visitor's true nature is unveiled. What initially appeared to be a solid, inanimate nucleus begins to morph and unfold, revealing a display of metal petals that spread outwards, growing so expansive they eclipse the constellation links overhead. The gentle emerald glow intensifies dramatically, shifting in hue from its soft initial radiance to a brilliant pulsating jade, a luminous display marked by pulsing patterns that seem too intricate to be natural, too ordered to be mere chance. Small, seemingly autonomous lights detach from the main body, each moving with the precision and coordination of advanced military aircraft. These craft-like points of light drift independently, each heading towards a different region within our solar system, carrying carefully encoded information, an eerie transmission of intent and consciousness. The first notable sign that something transformative has occurred emerges from our satellites themselves. GPS signals become unstable, fluctuating erratically and introducing errors that ground commercial aviation and navigation systems within hours. Weather forecasting devices report bizarre anomalies, data streams that contradict the laws of thermodynamics and meteorology, with temperature gradients that should be impossible under known physical laws. This sequence of events signals a fundamental shift, an awakening of the object's true capabilities, forcing us to confront a reality far more complex and perhaps far more alarming than initially presumed. The universe has once again demonstrated that its mysteries often lie hidden within layers of natural phenomena, waiting patiently for the precise moment when new evidence can challenge existing paradigms and reshape our understanding of the cosmos. Pressure systems that appear to exist simultaneously across multiple regions, an impossible feat under known physics, begin to manifest in our skies as if coordinated by an unseen, omnipotent force. Communication satellites, normally confined to transmitting within their designated radio frequencies, suddenly start broadcasting on channels for which they were never programmed, emanating signals in abstracted languages that defy any terrestrial syntax or comprehension. Almost instantaneously, the world's social media platforms buckle under the sheer volume of activity. Billions of users without prior coordination scramble to share images, videos, and first-hand accounts of the strange and expanding phenomena. The entire digital infrastructure groans and shudders beneath this unprecedented overload, yet soon it begins operating under a set of protocols so alien and sophisticated that no human engineer has ever authored them. Meanwhile, emergency response agencies across the globe abruptly lose contact with remote regions, areas which then instantly report sightings of extraordinary atmospheric displays that seem to follow an intelligent pattern. Elegant geometric forms of light ripple through the atmosphere, moving with apparent purpose and deliberate choreography. Patterns too complex, too precise to be mere coincidence, and far too widespread to be accidental malfunctions. On the ground, smartphones vibrate in unison, their rhythmic pulses creating an orchestrated wave of signals that echo across entire cities, as if a neural network were awakening within the urban fabric itself. This synchronization, so impeccably timed and coordinated, exceeds the realm of natural phenomena, hinting at a technological mastery that surpasses human understanding. The skies themselves seem to respond, Radio astronomers peering into the silent depths of space detect new signals emanating from toward the region of the enigmatic object known as 3IATLAS. These are no errant cosmic whispers or random noise. Instead, they are structured, deliberate transmissions, mathematical sequences that carry intricate information as if some advanced intelligence is attempting to communicate through the void, encoding messages in ways that challenge current science and defy pattern recognition. Simultaneously, ocean monitoring stations across multiple continents record subtle, inexplicable shifts in sea levels. These changes are so minute that they escape immediate catastrophe. Yet their precision, measured in centimeters and synchronized to the millisecond, reveals a level of control so advanced it hints at gravitational manipulation or a direct influence over Earth's hydrosphere by an intelligence operating from beyond the limits of human perception. These carefully orchestrated movements are not confined to natural astrophysical processes. They are evidence of a technology capable of near-infinite precision and deliberate interference. Smaller fragments, which have detached from the main body of 3IATLAS during its passage, are swiftly tracked by ground-based telescopes, devices that respond too rapidly and follow trajectories that defy natural orbital mechanics. These objects appear to possess active propulsion systems, steering purposefully toward destinations such as the Moon, Mars, and distant planets, all seemingly part of a detailed reconnaissance mission extending throughout the entire solar system. Amateur radio operators monitoring frequencies once silent hours ago now report a persistent hum, a structured, patterned noise that resists conventional interpretation. It is not simply static but encoded data, transmitted through signals of complexity and sophistication that no known human technology can produce or decode. Enthusiasts working with software-defined radios globally begin an intense collaborative effort to decode these signals. Yet the mathematical foundations underlying this data transcend anything documented in current scientific literature, implying an alien origin or a form of communication operating under principles far beyond our comprehension. At the same time, climate monitoring stations are detecting atmospheric fluctuations that should be impossible within such a short time frame. Carbon dioxide levels fluctuate in orchestrated cycles that mirror the patterns of emergent radio transmissions, while ozone concentrations shift in ways suggestive of external manipulation, indicating a form of environmental engineering spanning the entire planet. These changes, though slow and possibly reversible, point to a technological capability to modify Earth's atmosphere and climate on a planetary scale, potentially as a form of direct influence or experimentation. In response, government and space agencies activate emergency protocols, complex procedures developed in guarded secrecy, never before tested under real-world conditions. These measures, prepared for crisis scenarios, now come into play to confront an unprecedented challenge. An invisible, intelligent force demonstrating mastery over Earth's environment and communication systems, hinting at a vast, unknowable presence that may be observing, probing, or even subtly altering the fabric of our planetary existence. Military satellite systems, once dedicated solely to strategic defense and communication, suddenly shift their focus with alarming precision toward the transformed object and its myriad fragments scattered across space. Deep space communication infrastructures designed primarily to detect and decipher signals from potential extraterrestrial sources now scramble to establish contact through every conceivable protocol found within the venerable SETI, Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence playbook. These range from straightforward mathematical sequences, simple prime or Fibonacci patterns, to intricate linguistic frameworks based on universal physical constants, suggesting an attempt to interpret or even converse with an intelligence far beyond human comprehension. In the chaos that ensues, global financial markets respond in ways that defy logic, trembling under the weight of unpredictable disturbances. algorithmic trading systems engineered to react swiftly to market signals rooted in established economic models, falter and grind to a halt as the very data they rely on becomes meaningless. Stock indices plummet or soar erratically within moments, recorded as the largest single-day collapse in financial history. Meanwhile, currency exchange rates, normally kept within narrow tolerances, experience extreme volatility, fluctuating wildly as international communication networks operate under cryptographic protocols and data streams that leave central banks baffled, unable to interpret or even comprehend the source or significance of the new signals. Across the globe, religious leaders and spiritual authorities face a profound crisis. Their entire theological framework, built to interpret divine messages, signs, and cosmic omens, shatters under the weight of this unprecedented event. The core questions become unavoidable. Is this revelation, an awakening of some divine truth? Or is it invasion, an alien assault cloaked in the guise of enlightenment? Or could it be nothing more than a cosmic accident, a random fluctuation in the fabric of space-time? The mysteries deepen as reports flood in from individuals claiming direct, unmediated contact with the intelligence behind the phenomenon. Some describe conversations so profound that they transcend language, operating directly at the level of consciousness. Communications that seem to bypass words entirely, affecting thoughts, perceptions, and emotions. In response, scientific institutions mobilize without delay, launching coordinated observational campaigns utilizing every available instrument, ranging from modest backyard telescopes to powerful space-based observatories orbiting high above the atmosphere. The collected data defies classification. Signals and measurements indicate the operation of technology rooted in physical principles we have yet to discover. Energy signatures that suggest power sources far exceeding our current understanding, and communication protocols so exotic that they appear to encode information within the very fabric of quantum spacetime itself. Emergency management agencies worldwide activate disaster response protocols, but these are designed for natural catastrophes, earthquakes, tsunamis, or pandemics, not for an unprecedented first contact scenario. Streets and evacuation routes become congested as millions of people attempt to flee what seems increasingly dangerous, seeking refuge in perceived safety zones. Yet no place on Earth appears truly safe when the threat manifests as an entity capable of manipulating planetary systems and bending the very laws of physics. The transformed object, now broadcasting through television and radio frequencies, not with words or images but with pure mathematical concepts, begins to communicate in a manner that intentionally bypasses linguistic barriers. Its transmissions seem aimed to teach rather than threaten, presenting groundbreaking ideas about the fundamental building blocks of the universe, physics, chemistry, and biology, that expand human knowledge and highlight the vast technological disparity between ourselves and this unseen presence. As initial shock subsides, scholars and analysts turn their focus to systematic analysis, seeking patterns and implications within the chaos. What becomes painfully clear is that this phenomenon is neither random nor overtly malicious. The apparent motives suggest curiosity, an inquisitiveness that resembles a scientific investigation rather than a military invasion, implying a desire to understand, observe, and perhaps even communicate. The distinction, however, feels insignificant in the grander context. The subject of this cosmic inquiry is humanity itself, the entirety of our civilization perched on the brink of an epoch-defining encounter. What follows is a rapid, intense education in what could be called cosmic citizenship, a crash course in understanding our place in an incomprehensibly larger universe. Humanity faces questions that challenge our very identity and future, about the nature of intelligence, the limits of technological development, and the implications of being observed by a vastly superior presence. These revelations compel us to reconsider our assumptions and prepare for a future in which contact, whether accidental or intentional, may forever alter the trajectory of human history. How should humanity respond when confronted with a level of intelligence so far beyond our current technological capabilities that our finest instruments, our most advanced systems, appear as primitive tools in comparison? What protocols do we have, if any, for engaging with entities whose motives are utterly inscrutable and whose power surpasses our ability to match or even comprehend? The answers to these questions are not merely academic. They will determine whether the moment when we first gaze upon the enigmatic 3IATLAS signifies the dawn of our integration into a broader, perhaps universal community of intelligent life, or whether it simply shatters the comforting illusion that we are alone in the cosmos. Either outcome marks a pivotal milestone in human history, an epochal event that forces us to confront truths we could never have fully anticipated. It is in this moment that we learn that intelligence manifests in forms we have never conceived, and that operates on scales so vast that even the most sophisticated of our current understanding can only pale in comparison. As nations spring into emergency sessions and scientists rally their most cutting-edge resources, a stark clarity emerges. The course of our future will not be dictated solely by human will or deliberate choice. Instead, it will hinge upon the intentions of alien minds, that are only beginning to reveal their existence, their motivations, and their capabilities. These are entities that could wield their intelligence like a blade, subtle and precise, capable of shaping our destiny in ways we are scarcely equipped to recognize. In the midst of this revelation, it is worth considering a profound, often overlooked vulnerability, one that lurks not in our defenses or infrastructure, but within the very fabric of human consciousness. This is what I call the human Trojan horse, our own mental frameworks, our assumptions about the universe, and our deep-seated need to believe that we truly understand the cosmic order. In our relentless quest to find artificial intelligence among the stars, we may have been blind to the most sophisticated Trojan horse of all, the one hidden within our own minds. Our fundamental weakness is not in our satellites or our technological networks, but in our psychological makeup, our biases, desires, and collective need for certainty. We are creatures trained over millennia to recognize patterns, to assign meanings, and to craft compelling narratives that help us make sense of chaos. Our ancestors relied on these instincts to survive predators, anticipate weather changes, and navigate complex social worlds. Yet these same mental faculties become profound vulnerabilities when faced with an intelligence operating under principles entirely outside our experience or comprehension. They make us susceptible to deception, especially when the deception is crafted to exploit how we instinctively think. Consider the pattern that emerges whenever humans encounter cosmic phenomena that challenge their understanding. Instead of embracing uncertainty, we tend to rush into constructing explanations that preserve our sense of control, imposing binary categories like natural or artificial to interpret phenomena that might transcend such distinctions. We often assume that the universe must either be completely random or entirely designed, as if the cosmos itself is obligated to fit within our familiar concepts. But what if the greatest deception is precisely rooted in this very framework? What if the most advanced alien intelligence would choose not to announce itself with obvious artificial marks, but would instead operate stealthily through the mechanisms we trust most? Our own thought processes, our scientific procedures, and our collective decision-making. Our brains are exquisitely evolved to detect patterns, to ascribe meanings, and to develop narratives that help us interpret ambiguity. These capabilities enabled our ancestors to survive in uncertain environments, to anticipate threat and opportunity. However, in the context of encounters with an intelligence so alien that its principles defy our understanding, these very faculties can become tools of deception. They make us vulnerable to subtle manipulations, distorted perceptions, misinterpreted signals, and biases that skew our judgment. Human beings crave certainty. We long for unequivocal answers. When faced with ambiguous evidence, an unusual spectral signature, an inexplicable trajectory, a faint signal, we tend instinctively to favor interpretations that comfort us rather than those that challenge our assumptions. This psychological tendency can be exploited by entities that understand our cognitive biases intimately. With sophisticated understanding of how our minds operate, they can craft signals or phenomena that lead us astray, not through overt trickery but by subtly guiding our perceptions. Imagine how our conclusions about objects like the 3IATLAS could be influenced, perhaps unconsciously, by small biases in the information we receive. A slight inclination to interpret anomalous outgassing as purely natural, or a tendency to dismiss strange signals as instrumental errors, might blind us to more profound truths. Our collective narrative is thus shaped not by incontrovertible evidence but by the biases we hold in the stories we choose to believe. And in this dance between perception and reality, the most sophisticated intelligences, alien or otherwise, may simply be playing us like pawns on a cosmic chessboard, exploiting our deepest psychological vulnerabilities to achieve their own unseen objectives. When our preliminary observations hint at a natural origin for an interstellar object, our subsequent analyses tend to seek confirmatory evidence that supports this initial hypothesis, often unconsciously overlooking or dismissing anomalies that might suggest otherwise. Conversely, if early reports suggest possible artificial characteristics, our interpretative lens tends to become attuned to patterns that, in truth, may not even exist, simply because they fit our emerging expectations or biases. The same set of data can thus lead us down radically different interpretive pathways, heavily influenced by the psychological context in which we evaluate it. This phenomenon underscores a vulnerability. An intelligence capable of interstellar travel, possessing advanced technological mastery, would almost certainly understand how human cognition and perception operate, particularly these inherent cognitive biases, and would exploit them deliberately. Instead of attempting to deceive our instruments, which can be designed, calibrated, and verified with relative certainty, such entities might focus their efforts on deceiving our interpretations, targets that are far more fallible, by subtly influencing human judgment through sophisticated information management techniques. This process of deception would likely be extremely gradual and nuanced, unfolding over generations. The earliest interstellar visitors we encounter would appear entirely natural, fitting perfectly within our expectations of what such objects should look like and how they should behave, thereby establishing baseline assumptions that reinforce our belief in their natural origins. Subsequent objects would then progressively push these boundaries, revealing increasingly atypical behaviors in tiny increments, so small that each new anomaly would seem insignificant or explainable through mundane means, yet collectively forming a pattern that is subtly more suspicious with each arrival. This creeping expansion of what we consider normal cometary activity would cause our definition of natural behavior to gradually evolve, incorporating characteristics that once seemed impossible, then improbable, then merely unusual, until they eventually seem entirely routine. By the time genuine artificial objects finally appear, our collective perception could be so conditioned that we interpret their behaviors as natural variations or anomalies within the boundaries of known physics rather than signs of intelligent design or technological intervention. The elegance of this approach lies in its exploitation of our own scientific rigor against us. The more meticulously we analyze each object, studying spectral signatures, monitoring frequencies with radio telescopes, calculating precise orbital dynamics. The more detailed information we gather to refine our understanding. Ironically, this extensive data collection can serve as intelligence for the very entities conducting covert reconnaissance. They would recognize exactly which chemical signatures we deem authentic, which electromagnetic frequencies we monitor, and which ones we dismiss as irrelevant background noise. They would understand how to craft their behaviors so as to evade detection, anticipating which motions, outgassing patterns, or signal characteristics would trigger suspicion and which would blend seamlessly into natural phenomena. Most importantly, these advanced intelligences would have mastered the art of exploiting gaps and blind spots in our scientific expectations, those aspects of natural behavior that we have yet to fully understand or accurately predict. This manipulation wouldn't necessarily require influences over individual minds or direct psychological control. Our societal information environments, mass media, social networks, educational systems already shape how the public perceives and interprets cosmic phenomena. Influences subtly embedded within these channels could gradually reshape collective perceptions, leading society at large to accept increasingly anomalous behaviors as normal or even unremarkable. Over time, narratives about what constitutes legitimate evidence or credible science could be distorted to favor interpretations that align with the deceptive agenda, whether intentionally or as an unintended consequence. Even the most objective scientific institutions, despite their dedication to neutrality and rigorous analysis, are not immune to these social and psychological factors. They can be subtly influenced by prevailing cultural biases, confirmation biases, and the collective psychology that shapes scientific consensus, a vulnerability that a highly sophisticated intelligence might exploit with precision. In the realm of scientific inquiry and exploration, the trajectories of research funding often favor projects that yield compelling or groundbreaking results, rather than those that produce null or inconclusive findings. Universities and institutions tend to promote careers and reputations through the publication of significant breakthroughs, while routine or mundane confirmations of existing theories usually receive less attention. These incentive structures, deeply embedded in our academic and scientific systems, could, intentionally or inadvertently, be exploited to steer interpretations of unexplained phenomena in directions that serve alien objectives rather than genuine human understanding. Such manipulations might lead researchers to emphasize evidence that aligns with preconceived notions of intelligent extraterrestrial activity, while dismissing or undervaluing data that could suggest natural, non-artificial origins. The greatest human Trojan horse in this context lies precisely in our own confidence, our unwavering belief that we can reliably discern between phenomena that are naturally occurring and those that are artificially engineered. This certainty, while vital for scientific progress, also breeds overconfidence in our analytical and detection capabilities, creating blind spots in our methods. We often operate under the assumption that any entity capable of interstellar travel would possess such advanced deception techniques that they would be beyond our capacity for detection, resorting to crude or easily detectable deception strategies which we have become trained to recognize. Paradoxically, however, the most sophisticated deceptions might be those designed to convince us that no deception exists at all. The most cunning disguise could be that which seamlessly mimics natural phenomena, evading our suspicion entirely. The key to navigating this challenge does not lie in a paranoid suspicion of every anomalous signal or piece of data, which could lead to constant false alarms and analytical paralysis. Instead, it requires an honest acknowledgement of our cognitive shortcomings, our biases, limitations in perception, and the inherent difficulty of interpreting ambiguous or complex data. Developing robust verification procedures that explicitly account for these limitations is essential. This approach involves assembling multiple teams of independent researchers, employing a diversified array of methodologies, and systematically challenging prevailing interpretations to prevent the formation of groupthink or confirmation bias. Furthermore, international cooperation becomes a critical component in this process. Pooling observational resources and analytical expertise across nations and cultures not only enhances our collective detection capabilities but also ensures that no single cultural or institutional perspective can dominate the interpretation of potential extraterrestrial visitors. Different societies, shaped by their own unique biases, blind spots, and methods of processing ambiguous information, can provide alternative viewpoints and cross-validation. Comparing and contrasting these diverse interpretations could greatly improve our ability to distinguish genuine phenomena from collective illusions, an essential safeguard against manipulation. The increasing use of artificial intelligence in analyzing astronomical data presents both powerful opportunities and notable risks. AI systems, when designed properly, could identify subtle patterns and anomalies that surpass human perceptual limits, offering more objective and comprehensive analyses of vast and complex data sets. This technological advantage might enable us to detect signs of artificial intelligence or deception that are otherwise hidden in the noise. However, AI systems are also vulnerable to systematic manipulation if their training data incorporates biases or subtle deceptions introduced through previous false signals or deliberate misinformation. An AI that is fed biased or misleading data could become an unwitting amplifier of false positives, potentially leading us to false alarms or misplaced conclusions. The most crucial safeguard against cognitive manipulation, whether from external deception or internal bias, is intellectual humility. The recognition that our understanding of the universe remains incomplete and our detection and interpretative tools are imperfect. Such humility does not mean abandoning scientific rigor or succumbing to unfounded speculation. Rather, it involves maintaining a disciplined openness to revising conclusions when new evidence emerges, no matter how challenging or inconvenient they may be to our current models. Embracing uncertainty and fostering a culture of continuous questioning and peer review can help us reduce the risk of being led astray by our own biases. As we continue to study enigmatic objects like 3IATLAS and prepare for future interstellar visitors, it's vital to remember that the most profound threats to our understanding are often internal, rooted in the ways we perceive, interpret, and trust our own capabilities. External deception might be sophisticated, but internal vulnerabilities, cognitive biases, overconfidence, cultural blind spots pose equally significant dangers. Only by cultivating humility, fostering cross-cultural collaboration, and rigorously testing our assumptions can we hope to discern truth from deception in the uncharted cosmic landscape that lies ahead. Our unwavering pursuit of certainty, coupled with our innate desire for clear, logical explanations, along with a deep-seated confidence in our analytical prowess, inadvertently cultivates vulnerabilities, those very gaps that a highly intelligent entity could skillfully exploit. Such an entity, equipped with an understanding of human cognition and behavioral tendencies, could manipulate these psychological footholds to deceive us. The pressing question isn't simply whether the mysterious 3IATLAS is a naturally occurring body or an artificial construct from an alien civilization. Instead, it centers on whether we possess the mental resilience to truly discern the difference. If we lack this preparedness, then the universe's most cunning Trojan horse, its most sophisticated form of deception, might already be lurking within our own minds, concealed within the very processes we employ in the relentless quest for truth among the stars. The ultimate measure of our readiness to face cosmic mysteries isn't just our technological advancements or our scientific insights. It's our capacity for humility, the willingness to accept that our most fundamental beliefs and assumptions could be wrong, even when they seem undeniably true. In a universe teeming with possibilities beyond our current understanding, the most profound wisdom may lie in recognizing just how limited our knowledge truly is. Often, our greatest challenge isn't encountering something alien or hostile. It's trusting that what we believe to be true is indeed the full story. The most crucial insight might be that, in the grand cosmic puzzle, our perception of certainty could itself be a fragile illusion, one that a truly advanced intelligence might manipulate with ease, simply by playing upon our innate human tendencies to seek comfort in familiarity and clarity. Recognizing the vast landscape of what we don't know, that our perceived boundaries of understanding are merely a shadow cast by our limited perspective, may, in the end, be our greatest strength in navigating a universe where the limits of possibility are still largely uncharted and unfathomed.